There are nights so long they make you feel as if time is no longer a flowing river, but a still lake, reflecting every fine crease of the mind. Thoughts that should have fallen asleep after a weary day suddenly wake up, one by one, like footsteps echoing through a dark hallway. You lie in bed, thinking that closing your eyes would be enough to let everything go. But sleep does not always come just because we invite it. It only comes when we are gentle enough with ourselves. That is why tonight Drifting Sleep Stories is here with you. Not to teach you anything, not to analyze the world, but to whisper into the weariness in your heart. You've done enough. Now it's time to let go. And sometimes, the most effective comfort is a story. A story wide enough to hold everything you have not yet found a name for, deep enough to give you a small shelter in your mind, and soft enough for sleep to gently step into and rest. Tonight, I want to tell you stories like that. The stories ancient Greeks once used to understand the world, to understand fear, and to understand the most beautiful things about being human. Not through reason, but through imagination. And when we are tired, imagination is the lightest doorway through which we can step out of our worries. So imagine this. You are standing before a deep blue night. The smell of the sea drifts by. The stars scatter across the sky like tiny droplets from the jar of an unnamed goddess. You don't need to know which goddess, or what will happen next, or who will enter the story first. All you need to know is that a journey is opening, and you don't have to do anything except listen. The voice of Drifting Sleep Stories will guide you. In the next 6 hours, you will meet gods who seem distant yet resemble humans more than we ever imagined. An Apollo whose hands trembled the first time he held his son. An Orpheus who saw music as colors, as if the world could be more gentle, if only we learned how to listen to it. A Eurydice who loved with her whole heart, yet still kept a private inner world where she could breathe. A Perseus who carried the weight of the future on his back, yet once had lonely nights staring at the sea, wondering if anyone would ever truly understand him. A Europa who only wanted to live honestly with her emotions, yet was forced to become the symbol of an entire kingdom. These stories are not told just to entertain. They are quiet mirrors placed before our souls, reminding us that even gods have been lost before. You know, there is something fascinating. Despite thousands of years passing, mythology is still here, surviving wars, civilizations, and shifting moral codes. And people continue to retell these stories for one simple reason. Human beings will always need a place to lean on when the darkness becomes too silent. Mythology is that refuge. It speaks for the things we haven't dared to say, names the emotions we haven't dared to acknowledge, and opens a door allowing us to step away from reality for a moment, without losing ourselves. Tonight you will walk through the forest where Orpheus once played a melody that made even the leaves stop trembling. You will pause by the shore, where Zeus once transformed into a white bull with eyes gentler than any human's. You will wander into the valley where Persephone had to choose between two worlds, a choice that created the 4 seasons we still live through today. And at the end of the journey you will meet tender love stories, like Pygmalion and Galatea, like Cupid and Psyche, stories that remind us that love is not magic, but the process of learning to trust and to let go of our own fears. But before we enter those stories, I want you to give a moment back to yourself. Stretch your hands, feel your heartbeat slow down, feel your breath grow longer, feel your shoulders, tense all day, beginning to settle. You don't need to try too hard. You don't need to change anything. Just be here. Because sometimes what you're missing isn't sleep, but a moment where you're allowed to be soft without feeling guilty. Tonight, let Drifting Sleep Stories be the small guiding light, not bright enough to dazzle you, not dim enough to lose your way, just enough for you to see the path that leads into your own sleep. And then, you will sleep. Not because the world has become less complicated, but because your heart has been held softly by a story, a voice, a single gentle moment. The next 6 hours belong to you, to your peace, to your deep rest, to stories told with the tenderness of an entire mythology. So now, are you ready? Close your eyes and let these ancient tales bring you to a place where every worry becomes wonderfully small. Part 1. The Birth of Orpheus. There are beings who, the moment they touch the world, carry within themselves a silence unlike any other, a kind of silence not born of fragility, but of a first note searching for a place to rest. On the peak of Parnassus, beneath a deep, endless sky where lazy clouds drifted by like thoughts not yet formed, Apollo held his newborn child. The baby was so small that a single, strong wind might have swept him away. Yet his eyes, when they first opened, were so deep that even the sun god himself paused. In those eyes, there was no pleading, no newborn haze. Instead, there was a light as thin as breath, yet persistent, like a string vibrating beneath the earth. A strange glimmer, as if this child had not stepped into life for the first time, but had simply returned from someplace far away. A place where music was soil, was water, and the only language that existed. Apollo held the child closer, feeling a heartbeat tiny but unwavering. He sensed that no matter how chaotic the world might become, this heart would always find a way to turn pain into sound, loneliness into melody. He named the child Orpheus, a name gentle as rustling leaves, yet sharp as the first blade of winter wind. The name was not meant to boast divine lineage, but to serve as a quiet prophecy. This child would walk through the world listening more than he looked. He would become one who told stories through sound, one who remembered through rhythm, one who loved through melody rather than words. On the day Orpheus was born, the sun sank more slowly than usual, as though the great orb itself wished to watch a little longer. No one knew whether this was Apollo's doing or not, but the attendants caring for the child recalled that when night finally fell, the moonlight was not as cold as usual. It wrapped Orpheus in a strangely soft glow, making his tiny face seem illuminated by a story that had not yet been told. Apollo placed the child into a cradle carved from white pine, the kind of wood ancient people believed could hold the echoes of mountain streams and winds blown from distant slopes. He thought that a child like Orpheus needed to be surrounded by the gentlest sounds this world could offer. No one dared say it aloud, but they all shared the same thought. Orpheus did not seem like an ordinary child, not because he was the son of a god, but because he carried a stillness that made people both want to protect him and step back so as not to disturb him. In his first days, Orpheus cried so little that people sometimes wondered whether he wished to make his presence known at all. But whenever he did cry, the sound was never sharp, never demanding. It was like a single note, clear, precise, like the first drop of water falling into the mouth of a well. Once, Apollo stood for a long time beside the cradle, listening to that cry. He wondered, if a soul already knows how to name its sadness the moment it enters the world, what will it carry as it grows? Other gods visited, each observing the child in their own way. Some were curious, some cautious. Some tried to guess what this child might become: a warrior, a prophet, a wanderer between two realms. Only Apollo knew. Orpheus was not born to fight or to rule. He was born to touch the things human eyes cannot see. When Orpheus was a few weeks old, something strange began to happen. Each time the wind passed through the crack of the door, the baby tilted his head as though listening. When leaves dropped onto the roof, he blinked in rhythm. When his mother whispered a lullaby, Orpheus opened his eyes wide, as if learning to carve each sound into his very skin. One afternoon, under a deep golden sunset, Apollo carried his son onto the porch. He plucked a single note on his lyre, softly, so softly, like someone testing the temperature of a spring before drinking from it. Orpheus did not startle. Instead, he leaned forward, a movement almost instinctual, as though reaching toward the sound. And when Apollo played a few more notes, Orpheus smiled. A small smile, fleeting, but full of awareness. In that moment, Apollo knew for certain. Music was not merely a gift he gave his son. It was the first language of the child's soul. Years later, when people spoke of Orpheus as the greatest musician ever to walk the world, they would attempt to explain it through innate talent, divine blood, or the blessings of the gods. But few knew that it all began with the simplest moment. The moment a newborn smiled at a musical note, as if greeting an old friend. Perhaps that was why Apollo rarely interfered with his son's inner life. He did not force, did not teach in the traditional sense. He simply observed, like a gardener who knows that some flowers do not bloom by season, but by sorrow. Orpheus was such a soul. He was not born to change the world, but to make it, if only briefly, gentler. He was born to remind humanity that even in darkness, there exists a small sound that, if we are patient enough, will guide us back to ourselves. On the day Orpheus was born, people said the ground beneath Apollo softened slightly, as though the world itself bowed in welcome to a new dreamer, someone who carried the power to turn loss into song, and unspeakable things into things that could be heard. And when Apollo bent down and placed a kiss on his son's forehead, he was not merely kissing a child. He was kissing a gentle prophecy, a musical journey born from silence, a heart destined to grow through both light and shadow. Orpheus, from the very first moment, was already a story waiting to be continued through music, through faded encounters, and through sorrows so beautiful, they made people believe that pain, too, must have its purpose for existing. Part 2. A gift of music. Born early, from the earliest days of his life, Orpheus had his own way of conversing with the world. Not through language, not through pleading cries, nor through the aimless flailing of arms and legs like other children. He spoke to everything through rhythm, a rhythm no one had taught him, yet one that was eerily precise, as though he were simply remembering something he had once known, rather than learning it for the first time. When the wind slipped through the cracks of the door, the child turned his head in perfect sync with the gust. When droplets fell from the eaves into a clay basin, Orpheus stretched his fingers in time with each drop, as if he were orchestrating the water's descent. People often said children reflect the world around them, but with Orpheus, it was the opposite. The world seemed to draw closer to him, slowing itself down by a beat just to match the way he listened. Those who cared for Orpheus said that sometimes, deep in the night, they would hear him cry, but the sound was unlike any ordinary cry. It had resonance, rises and falls, a firmness at the end of each breath, like a song not yet fully formed. A single delicate note, yet strong enough to make the wooden roof tremble ever so slightly, as though the space itself were bowing down to listen. Orpheus did not cry from hunger or fear. He cried as though calling back a memory even he did not yet know the name of. As he grew a little older, people noticed that Orpheus did not chase after bright toys like other children. He cared only for things that produced sound. A small stick tapping against a stone, a dry leaf spinning in the wind, a stream bubbling behind the porch. He watched all of it in silence, as if each sound carried a story. He touched stones to hear their echoes. He dipped his fingers into water to feel the ripples of its voice. He shook pebbles to discover which sound matched the rhythm of his own footsteps. One day, the household found Orpheus sitting alone beneath a pine tree, tapping 2 wooden sticks against the ground. Every tap had intention, 1 strong beat, 2 soft beats, a pause. Then the sequence repeated. What unsettled the adults was not the rhythm. It was beautiful, but the absolute focus of a child not yet 3 years old. He wasn't playing. He was creating. Orpheus was quiet in a way that made people feel both tenderness and caution. While other children squealed, ran, demanded to be held, or pouted, he simply watched them, not with judgment, but with a distant look, as though He had lived through all of it before, and was now witnessing it for the second time. An old servant once said, "He looks at everything as if he once left this world, and returned only to see whether it had changed." No one disagreed. Yet, his calmness was not coldness. It was like a forest at dawn, quiet, yet full of subtle movement. On early mornings, Apollo would carry Orpheus outside to witness the first light. Each time the child's eyes brightened, yet he did not blink. It was as though he were measuring the light, testing whether it matched the sound of the stream, and if it didn't, he would adjust it by tapping a new rhythm on his father's arm. Apollo, god of art and music, once stood for a long time watching his son touch the leaves and smile. He didn't speak it aloud, but in his eyes there was respect. Orpheus didn't learn music. Orpheus remembered music. No one could explain the difference, but everyone felt it. One afternoon, when Orpheus had just learned to walk steadily, he touched a clay jar that vibrated as the wind passed through the doorway. He shook it, tilted his head, then shook it again. When the sound grew deeper, warmer, he smiled. One of his rare smiles, light as a single stroke of ink on white paper. That night, Apollo told a servant, "My son does not hear sound. He sees sound." The servant didn't understand, but Apollo did. As Orpheus grew, he did not play with the village children, did not run under the sun, did not splash in mud. This did not make him lonely. It simply placed him at a natural distance, like an artist sitting alone in a dim room listening to the world from afar. To Orpheus, the world was an unfinished symphony. Every small movement was a comma in a composition he had yet to write. Every distant echo was a question he was trying to answer. He touched things to listen. He listened to understand. He understood so he could touch again. When Orpheus turned 4, his abilities grew unmistakable. People said he could distinguish the footsteps of every person in the house by the faintest vibration on the ground. He knew who was approaching, who was leaving, who was sad, who was hurried, all by listening to the smallest sound of movement. At times, adults felt startled, sensing that the boy did not merely hear them. He understood them, as though the heart of Orpheus had its own invisible ears. But the strangest part of all was this: Orpheus never tried to attract attention. He did not show off, did not perform, did not speak clever words to impress grown-ups. He was quiet, patient, like a seed that knew exactly how many seasons it must wait before breaking open. He did not rush. He did not fear being late. He was not pressured by the world's eagerness, and it was precisely this calmness that set him apart. Perhaps long before his birth, Orpheus had chosen music as the softness of his soul, and silence as the shell protecting it. He looked at the world like someone who had already walked through it once. He listened like someone who had once lost all music and was now reclaiming it. He lived like a promise, whispered but not yet fulfilled. Music did not come to Orpheus through his hands, nor through the lyre Apollo would one day give him. It came through his heart, a heart that could hear what the world had forgotten. In a world full of noise, Orpheus learned to grow through silence. In a world of constant movement, he learned to stand still so that every sound could find its way to him. And from that silence, a genius slowly opened his eyes to the world, with eyes still as deep water, and ears that could listen to things that had never existed before. Part 3. The Lyre and Loneliness. When Orpheus turned 4, Apollo decided to give his son a gift, not something to play with like other children loved, but an object that carried the very soul of the god himself, the lyre. Some said placing an instrument into the hands of a child who couldn't yet read was an act of haste, but Apollo knew well. This child's heartbeat had been different since the womb, and what awaited awakening was not the mind, but a deeper current, like an underground river sleeping beneath the earth, waiting only for the right sound to rise. The day Apollo placed the lyre into his son's hands, Orpheus did not squeal with delight like an ordinary child. He simply laid both palms on the curved wooden frame and bowed his head slowly, as though receiving a small living being. The way he touched the lyre made those around him feel that it wasn't a child touching an object, but two souls seeing each other for the first time after a very long separation. Orpheus placed a finger on the string and plucked it. Just one note, but everyone in the room turned. The sound was soft, light as a line of smoke rising from a kitchen fire, yet it pierced through the air, spreading across the floor and touching each person, like a whisper that knew the name of every heart. Apollo remained silent. He wasn't surprised. He was afraid he might cry. There was an ancient tale on Olympus that said some souls are born already carrying in their hearts the call of the universe. They don't learn to become artists. They simply return to where they have always belonged. And the moment Orpheus touched that string, Apollo understood his child was one of those souls. From the day he received the lyre, Orpheus's world became more defined, more tangible. Sounds were no longer shapeless things floating in the air. They became lines of light, streams of color he could weave into a painting. People saw him as a child plucking strings, but to Orpheus, he was merely moving invisible hues into place. He could stand beneath a tree canopy for hours, matching the strings to the rhythm of falling leaves. He could sit by a stream until nightfall, searching for the note that blended perfectly with the sound of water. On some nights, he would wake, cradle his lyre, go to the porch, and play a tune of only 3 notes, repeating them over and over, like a question without an answer. Apollo watched from afar. He saw that his son did not play to impress anyone, but to find another way for his soul to breathe. But here was the strange thing. The better Orpheus played, the quieter he became. The more he was adored, the more he withdrew. Rumors of a boy who could turn the sorrow of others into sound spread from humble rooftops all the way to Olympus. Gods came out of curiosity, some to test him, some to challenge him, and some simply to see if that child is real. And each time they came, Orpheus was asked to play. He never refused. But after every performance came longer silences. He would sit beneath the shade of a tree, holding the lyre tightly against his chest, as though it was the only shield he had against the noise of expectations. What exhausted Orpheus was not the music, but the eyes desperately trying to understand things he had never put into words. For within his music lived feelings he was not yet old enough to speak. The emptiness between notes, the longing for something that had never belonged to him, the loneliness of a soul that knew it was unlike any other. People stood listening, praising, marveling, but no one asked him, "Are you tired? Would you like a moment of silence? What are you searching for in your music?" And Orpheus realized people loved the sound of his lyre, but they did not love the silence that came with it. One afternoon, a group of young gods visited to test Orpheus's talent. They laughed loudly, asking him to play something joyful. He responded with a crystal-clear melody, as soft as newborn dew on a leaf. The young gods were disappointed. "It seems the boy doesn't understand us. Music is meant to make people happy. Why does it sound so sad? He must be too young to understand." They left, abandoning Orpheus beneath a pale violet sky. He looked down at his small hands. There was nothing wrong with them. The world simply did not hear the way he did. It was then Orpheus understood that music would not save him from loneliness. It would only help him see that loneliness more clearly. In childhood, loneliness often takes simple forms: an empty chair, a quiet meadow, a call without an answer. But for Orpheus, loneliness was something more intricate, like a hairline crack beneath a layer of clear glass, visible only to those who looked closely, and no one looked closely. They came only to hear his music, then left again. Orpheus continued to play because music was the only way he existed, yet each time he released a note into the world, he felt as though he were giving away a small piece of his heart, and nothing ever returned. The lyre, Apollo's most precious gift, became the only companion who understood everything he wished to say. He spoke to it through melodies carried into the wind. He asked it questions about existence. He searched within it for an echo that might someday come back to him. One morning, when the mist was thick and the sun had cast only the thinnest stroke of light across the earth, Orpheus played a gentle tune, one written, it seemed, for his loneliness alone. No one listened. No one stood near. It was just a small boy and a lyre trembling in the wind. And suddenly, Orpheus understood something. Maybe music was not born to be understood. Maybe it was born simply so that someone, somewhere, could know they had not disappeared. It was the first time Orpheus understood that loneliness was not an enemy. It was the empty space where music found its shelter. And from that space, a long journey began. The journey of a soul who could hear even the things the world was not yet sensitive enough to hear. Part 4. The Meeting Beneath the Olive Tree. On rainy afternoons, when the sky seemed to have no purpose other than to let fall its quiet confessions through each drop, Orpheus often sought out an old olive tree standing alone in a desolate stretch of land. The tree had the posture of a patient elder, its trunk rough, its roots twisted above the soil, its leaves faded by sun and wind. It wasn't beautiful, but Orpheus liked things like that. Things that didn't try to impress anyone, that simply existed by their own endurance. He sat beneath its branches, where the rain was not too harsh, just gentle enough for droplets to slip through the leaves and fall like soft taps. He placed his lyre on his knees and took a long breath. Not to begin a song, but to dissolve the feeling of being seen by the entire world and yet touched by no one. That day, the rain fell evenly. Not loud, not angry. Just the rain of a day undecided between sorrow and serenity. And in that kind of rain, Orpheus plucked his first note. The sound rose like a droplet of light. It didn't just move through the air, it had stirred fragments of memory, the quiet emptiness sleeping inside him. As the notes began to form a stream, Orpheus felt something that few people in the world ever experienced. Music, turning into color. Each note he played had its own shape. The low notes shimmered deep blue, like the bottom of a still stream. The high notes floated like rings of golden light in the air. Some notes streaked orange, trembling like fire in a hearth. Others drifted into slow-moving purples, like a sadness that needed no name. He had always heard the world differently, but never this clearly. That day, everything was vivid. He felt as though he were living inside a painting drawn by his own hands. And when the piece ended, instead of the familiar sound of rain returning, he heard applause, a soft applause, so slight that had he not been perfectly silent, it might have dissolved into the rain. Orpheus turned, not startled, only surprised. Rarely did anyone wander this deep into the forest, especially on a day when the rain refused to stop. Under another olive tree a few steps away, a girl was standing. Her dark hair clung into soft strands from the rain. Her green eyes were so deep that Orpheus felt as if he were being drawn into a quiet pool where all sound paused at its shoreline. She stood very still, one hand lightly resting on a branch, as if any stronger movement might shatter the fragile atmosphere created by his music. "Sorry for listening secretly," she said softly, as though afraid to harm the delicacy in the air. "But I couldn't keep walking." Orpheus didn't answer immediately. He observed her the way he observed sound before touching his strings. There was something in her eyes that gave him a rare sense of calm, as though she understood the loneliness woven into his music without needing any explanation. In her hands was an old leather notebook. Its edges were soft from being opened too many times, its cover darkened by rain and years. Tucked inside was a small paintbrush, its wooden handle stained with dried colors, red, blue, yellow, purple, like remnants of emotions left behind on the fingers of an artist. "I come to the forest when I need inspiration," she said, hesitating as if afraid of intruding. "But today, Your music led me all the way here." Orpheus smiled gently, not a polite smile, but the smile of someone realizing for the first time that he wasn't entirely alone in this world. "You paint?" he asked, his eyes drifting toward the notebook. The girl nodded. "I paint. The things I can't say out loud." Her answer made Orpheus pause. Strangely, that was exactly what he had always wished to say about his music. Yet he had never found the words for it. And here she was, saying it for him without even trying. "Do you want to see?" she asked softly, as though his nod might alter the fate of something delicate. Orpheus accepted the notebook with both hands, with the same reverence he had when Apollo first gave him the lyre. He opened the first page, and instantly felt as if he had stepped into a world parallel to this one, only gentler, more truthful, and more fragile. The drawings weren't perfect by technical standards, but they were so sincere that Orpheus's thoughts fell silent on their own. The way she placed the colors felt like someone placing a hand on their own heart, gentle enough not to cause pain, but real enough to make it beat harder. He turned each page, familiar yet unfamiliar landscapes, faces soft as stories asleep beneath the surface, muted hues that weren't flamboyant, yet vibrated like strings brushed by a whisper of wind. Eurydice, that was her name, stood quietly, hands clasped, so nervous her breath seemed to be held inside her chest. She wasn't used to sharing her inner world with anyone, but somehow she knew Orpheus would not harm it. When he reached the final page, Orpheus looked up, and just like when he saw colors inside his music earlier, he felt his world gain a new shade, a shade without a name, warm, deep, and still. "It's beautiful," he whispered. "So beautiful I don't know how to say it properly." Eurydice smiled. It wasn't a bright smile, but it had a light that made the falling rain seem softer. They spoke no further. They simply stood beneath their olive trees, then gradually stepped closer to share shelter from the rain. And in that closeness, neither felt awkward. Between the sound of raindrops on leaves and insects hiding from the cold, they shared with each other pieces of their souls. Pieces they had long kept hidden from the world. No promises, no haste. Just two artists, one who painted with color, one who painted with sound, finding their first moment of harmony. And in that very moment, beneath the aged olive tree within the rain, soft as breath, a quiet destiny slowly opened its eyes. Part 5. Eurydice and the Sketchbook. Eurydice came from a farming family. People often assumed that those who lived close to the soil were accustomed to the roughness of life. Calloused hands, backs bent with the seasons, souls too busy to wander far into thought. But for Eurydice, the earth was more than a place where seeds were planted. It was where the colors she quietly collected were born. Year by year, morning by morning, rain by rain, season by season. Perhaps that was why she always carried with her an old leather sketchbook, the only place where she could store all the things that passed quickly but never disappeared from her heart. Its cover had darkened with time. The edges were worn, as though it had endured hundreds of hesitant openings and closings. Every time she turned a page, another streak of color was added to memory. A year of clay brown, a season of moss green, a sunset of pale red, like thinned blood from a sorrow without a name. Others might have seen it as nothing more than a few sheets of paper, but to Eurydice, that sketchbook was proof that sometimes the gentlest things could survive in a life that seemed to have no room for gentleness at all. That day, Eurydice went into the forest simply to find a bit of quiet for herself. It had been a long time since she'd been able to draw. Farm work, the repetitive conversations of village life, the exhaustion of long days. All of it seemed intent on stealing from her the small space she needed to breathe. She told no one. People thought she was the cheerful girl, polite, hardworking, friendly. And she was all of those things, but she was also someone who understood that sometimes a smile was just a way of keeping the peace with the world. She walked deeper into the forest. where the olive trees formed a natural room, walls of leaves, a ceiling of drifting clouds. She planned only to sit a while, open her sketchbook, and let her hands find their way again. But then she heard music. At first, she thought it was the sound of falling leaves. Then she wondered if rainwater running down tree bark had created an unusual tone. But no, something was too deliberate, too self-aware to be just a natural sound. She stopped. The wind didn't blow, yet the trees seemed to tilt toward the melody. Even the raindrops fell more steadily, as though trying to harmonize. Eurydice felt pulled toward it, as if her feet no longer belonged to her, and when she arrived, she saw a young man sitting beneath an olive tree, head slightly bowed, his fingers gliding across the strings as though stroking something sacred. She had never heard music like that. It wasn't boastful. It wasn't trying to impress. It was like a heart sharing its monologue. So true that she felt as if she had accidentally opened the wrong door and stepped straight into someone else's inner world. When the melody ended, Eurydice realized she had been standing there for quite a while. She grasped a branch to steady herself. In that moment, she felt ashamed, not for listening, but for being moved too deeply by someone else's private universe. "Sorry," she whispered, barely daring to lift her head. "I didn't mean to." But Orpheus only looked at her with an expression Eurydice had never seen in anyone, both serene and precise, as though he wasn't looking at her appearance, but directly at the place where people hide their unspoken aches. When Orpheus noticed the sketchbook in Eurydice's hand, his curiosity wasn't the usual kind, not the kind that judged. It was the curiosity of a soul recognizing the sign of another soul. "You paint?" His voice was soft, like a leaf released from the wind. Eurydice nodded. "Not very well, but I can't not paint." Those words stunned Orpheus, because for him, music was the same. Not a skill, not success, but something he simply could not do. "May I see?" To Eurydice, that question was not about viewing a sketchbook. It felt like someone asking for the key to a door she had always kept locked, and she wasn't sure she should hand it to a stranger. She hesitated. Her fingers tightened around the book, as if it were the only thing keeping her standing in this world. But something in Orpheus's gaze, unhurried, unclaiming, undesiring, softened her breath, and she placed the sketchbook gently into his hands. Orpheus opened it. The sound of old paper brushing together was like the sigh of a long-kept secret finally stirred awake. Eurydice stood still, her heart pounding so loudly she feared even the olive tree could hear it. She'd never felt so fragile. Her drawings weren't polished. That much was true, but they were honest, so honest that sometimes even she had to look away from them, for they revealed emotions she herself was afraid to face. Orpheus did not examine them with the eyes of a critic. He looked at them the way one listens to a very quiet voice, trying to be brave. "It's beautiful," he said so softly that a stronger gust of wind might have carried the words away. "Not beautiful the way people praise a painting, beautiful in a way that makes others want to be gentler with themselves." Eurydice looked up, and for the first time she felt truly seen. Not her posture, not her words, not her actions, but the deepest part of her heart. The part she hid so well she nearly forgot it existed. And in that moment, beneath the light rain, between two people who barely knew each other, something very delicate happened. Two worlds that seemed so distant suddenly touched at a single point. It began with an old leather sketchbook, with a soft applause in the rain, with green eyes deep as a well discovering its first water, and with a melody Orpheus hadn't known would open a door inside the listener. There were no declarations of destiny, no vows, nothing grand, only two souls, for the first time in their lives, realizing that they were not the only wanderers in this vast world. Part 6. Two Artists in Harmony. The rain that day was neither heavy enough to burden the earth, nor light enough to be ignored. It fell steadily, like the breathing of someone weighing whether to speak a truth or keep it quietly inside. Each droplet striking the olive leaves made a thin, precise sound, like a needle passing through thick fabric, gentle, measured, and persistent. Beneath those branches, two strangers found themselves strangely close, as if some encounters used the rain merely as an excuse. Orpheus still held Eurydice's sketchbook in his hands. The soft strokes, the colors that obeyed no rule except the rule of the heart, made him feel as though he had stepped into a room he never expected to possess the key to. No drawing tried to be beautiful. No line sought to be impressive. They resembled the sighs of someone long accustomed to endurance, each sigh being a way of continuing to live. He closed the book gently, as if any stronger movement might damage something fragile inside it. "Eurydice," he whispered, "these drawings, they're like the way light touches the human heart, soft but unforgettable." She lowered her head slightly, not blushing from shyness, but with the quiet posture of someone used to keeping her distance from every compliment in the world. Yet this compliment, for some reason, made her heart stumble. "They're just things I see every day," she said. "But you use them the way others write in a diary." Orpheus tilted his head, a small smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "There are people who never dare write a diary their entire lives. They're afraid of seeing themselves too clearly." At that, Eurydice looked up. For a brief moment, her green eyes met Orpheus's directly, both questioning and acknowledging at once. The rain thickened. Water traced dark and light lines down the tree trunk, like Eurydice's sketches, where colors were rarely perfect but always had a reason to exist. Orpheus moved a little closer, not to lessen the distance between them, but to shield his lyre from the rain. Eurydice stepped closer too, as raindrops began to splatter onto her sketchbook. When their shoulders came within a breath of touching, they could hear each other's heartbeats, not loud, but unmistakably present. "Do you often draw when it rains?" Orpheus asked. "Yes. Rain softens everything, even sorrow." "Then my music must be the same," he said. "I play best when it rains." Eurydice tilted her head. "Why is that?" Orpheus pressed his lips together, thinking for a moment. "When it rains, the world seems to slow down, and I slow down with it. Then the music becomes like a path, connecting what's outside me to what's inside." Eurydice smiled. "I understand. It's the same with drawing. Sometimes I can't say something aloud, but when I lift my pencil, I can." "Maybe." Orpheus hesitated. "Maybe art is the language for people who can't speak all the way to the bottom of their hearts." Eurydice nodded, a nod deeper and more honest than any words. Orpheus lightly tapped a string, not to play a full piece, but merely to test something. The note rose, mingled with the rain, and settled into the space between them. Eurydice watched the falling drops, the silver-gray sky, then reached for her pencil. "Keep playing," she said. "I want to see what your music looks like on paper." Orpheus chuckled softly. "I've never thought of my music as having shape." "Your music has color," Eurydice murmured. "Today it feels blue. Not green blue, not ocean blue. A blue no one has named." Hearing that, something inside Orpheus loosened, like a string finally tuned to the right pitch. "You're the first person to say something I've only dared keep to myself." "What is that?" "That music is a kind of memory, a kind of loneliness, a kind of hope." Eurydice didn't answer. She lifted her pencil and drew long, soft strokes, like the breath of someone trying to live slowly enough not to be swept away by life. Her lines and Orpheus's notes blended without effort, as if two people from two different worlds had finally found a shared path. The rain kept falling, steady as needles stitching each raindrop into the earth. Orpheus glanced at Eurydice as she drew, a quiet smile tugging at him. "Do you ever think," he asked, "that some moments exist solely for two people to find each other?" Eurydice set down her pencil and looked at the page. "I think there are moments where, if we stepped even half a beat out of rhythm, we might never meet again." Is today one of those moments? Orpheus asked, his voice lowering as though he feared the answer. Eurydice touched the page lightly, where the pencil marks were still blurred from the rain. Maybe, she said. It's more like, today is a moment I want to keep. The rain suddenly seemed gentler, or perhaps neither of them noticed anything anymore except the presence of the other. As the rain began to ease, the olive grove brightened slightly. Water droplets on the leaves reflected the young sky, shimmering like tiny mirrors. Eurydice closed her sketchbook. Orpheus rested a hand lightly on his lyre. No one said goodbye. No one made promises. But between them, a different kind of silence settled. The kind shared by those who have just found something they've been longing for all their lives, but never dared to name. Perhaps it was harmony. Perhaps it was trust. Or perhaps, simply, it was the recognition that neither of them had to live alone inside their inner world anymore. Part 7. Love blossoms in spring. There are seasons in a person's life that arrive as quietly as a breath, yet leave traces as enduring as the last rays of sunlight lingering on soft earth. That spring, Orpheus and Eurydice did not realize they were stepping into such a season. They only knew that their meetings beneath the olive trees became more frequent, and each meeting created a space that, if missing, left them with an unnamed emptiness. At first, no one called it love. They simply felt comfortable sitting beside each other. They felt the world become clearer, gentler, less sharp around the edges. Eurydice brought her sketchbook. Orpheus brought his lyre. And that was enough for a day. The last rains of winter fell less and less, replaced by warm breezes weaving through the branches, making the small olive leaves brush against one another in a gentle, welcoming sound. Eurydice sat on a familiar stone, her legs drawn slightly in so her long dress wouldn't touch the puddles. Orpheus sat at the base of the tree, leaning his shoulder against the ancient trunk, his fingers lightly touching the strings as though testing the breath of a new day. They didn't speak much. Perhaps they didn't have to. Sometimes, Eurydice would sketch a single branch, but Orpheus somehow understood what she was thinking. Something even her parents had never understood. Sometimes Orpheus plucked only a few notes, yet Eurydice could hear an entire river of feeling beneath them, like underground streams no one else knew existed. Strangely enough, they found each other not through conversation but through silence. One early spring afternoon, the sky was clear like a freshly washed mirror. Light drifted through the leaves, casting shifting shapes on the ground. Eurydice was sketching Orpheus's hand resting on the lyre. She said those hands looked like they were telling a story even the storyteller didn't know he was telling. Orpheus listened to each stroke of her pencil. In the quiet, his heart trembled like a string newly tuned. He thought, if my music was born for anyone to hear, it's her. And Eurydice thought, if peace had a shape, it would be Orpheus bending over his lyre. But neither spoke it aloud. Some feelings need time to grow, just as olive trees need decades before bearing fruit. Their love was the same, slow, steady, and quiet, like the growth of something that had always been there. Months passed. The first summer flowers began to bloom. One evening, the sky took on the color of unnamed memories. The scent of wildflowers drifted in the wind, warm earth mingling with the air, a combination that made it easy for the heart to soften. Eurydice sat beside Orpheus. They were no longer sheltering from rain as before. The sky was clear, as if granting them a moment beautiful enough to be remembered forever. Orpheus set his lyre down. He looked at Eurydice the way one looks at a painting too precious to touch, afraid that even the gentlest touch might make it disappear. Eurydice, he said softly, steady but quiet, what do you think love is? She paused. Her hand on the page trembled slightly in the breeze. It was a simple question, yet one that could unsettle even an adult. Maybe, she said after a silence, it's the feeling of wanting someone to stay even when they say nothing. Orpheus inhaled deeply. I think love is when my music finds a place to rest. Eurydice turned to him, and in that moment, When their eyes met, Orpheus understood that if he didn't speak now, he might carry this hesitation for the rest of his life. "Eurydice," he said, voice quiet but certain, "I love you." The words didn't shake the heavens. There was no lightning, no strong wind, only two heartbeats, one fragile with hope, the other overflowing with gratitude, striking the same rhythm. Eurydice put down her pencil. She looked into Orpheus's eyes, clear as a morning lake, and saw herself reflected there. "I love you too," she said. No trembling, no doubt, no further explanation needed. And sometimes that is enough. As the sun leaned toward the west, its light swept across the olive grove like a blessing. The leaves shimmered, the earth gleamed as though dusted with gold, and in the middle of that landscape, their love bloomed. Not loudly, not demanding, not bound by promises, but like a wildflower, growing exactly where it needed to grow, blooming exactly when it was ready. News of their love spread to Olympus, not because they boasted, but because the gods were always sensitive to the stirrings of the heart. Apollo, the father who had watched Orpheus born with eyes that saw music, even before he spoke, smiled when he heard. "My son has finally found someone who can hear his heart," Apollo said, pride and relief blended in his voice. The other gods gave their blessings. Hera bestowed peace. Aphrodite sent a fragrant breeze of love. Hermes gifted quickness into their shared journey. And Poseidon offered calm seas so that whenever they sailed, they could hear each other's hearts clearly. The wedding on Olympus was simple, yet so beautiful that even time seemed to pause and watch. Eurydice wore white, holding a branch of olive. Orpheus carried his lyre, not to play, but as a reminder that music had brought them together. When Apollo placed his hand on their shoulders, the light around them glowed like the world's first sunrise. "You have found your other half," he said, "and from today on, your journey will write the songs the universe longs to hear." That night, after the celebration ended and the gods returned to their realms, Orpheus and Eurydice stood on the edge of the clouds, looking down at the mortal world. Starlight fell like gentle fragments of final blessings. Orpheus took Eurydice's hand. "Shall we go home?" he asked. "To the olive tree," she smiled. And in that moment, they understood that their lives had entered a new chapter. A chapter that promised no guarantees of ease, but one that promised they would face everything together. Part 8. A Peaceful Life. There are forms of happiness that do not need to speak. They do not blaze like festivals, nor shine like the sun at the height of summer, but settle gently, like the scent of old pine wood when you open the door of a house that has lived alongside time. The happiness of Orpheus and Eurydice was exactly that kind, quiet, slow, but rooted deep like underground streams beneath the hill where they chose to make their home. Their small house rested halfway up a forested slope, where rows of olive trees stretched into an endless green vault, and a clear stream ran through like a silver thread sewn into the fabric of their tranquil life. Every morning, when dew still clung to the grass, Eurydice was the first to wake, not because she had work to do, but because she cherished that moment when the world remained untouched by anyone. She lit the fire in the hearth. Warm flames spread through the wooden house, like a gentle morning greeting. The golden light washed over the weathered walls, tracing each scratch left by time, marks that did not diminish its beauty, but deepened it. Eurydice loved that moment, the feeling of tending the fire for their home and for the man she loved. When the fire crackled steadily, she turned to look at Orpheus. He slept on their simple, soft bed, the blanket slipping slightly to one side, his brows relaxed, as though he had handed all his sorrows to the night. Eurydice watched him with the tenderness of someone who had known true loneliness, and now understood the miracle of peace. She never woke him. She simply stood there, quietly witnessing a serenity she once thought she would never have the chance to see, But Orpheus always knew. As if an invisible thread bound them, he sensed her presence. And every morning, like a beautiful habit, he opened his eyes just as she was about to turn away. His first smile, sleepy, gentle, meant only for her, softened Eurydice's heart like grass under melting dew. "You're up early again," Orpheus murmured. Eurydice barely had time to reply before he reached out and pulled her into his arms. A familiar gesture, one that had become the rhythm of their mornings. They held each other as if the world contained only the two of them, as if whatever storms or uncertainties lay beyond their door could not touch this moment. Some mornings, they stayed like that for a long time. Orpheus's heartbeat was the steady drum beneath everything, and Eurydice's breath was the soft breeze moving through the leaves. Together, they became a melody no instrument could recreate. When the sun rose fully and the birds began blending into lively strings of sound, they finally got up. Orpheus would slip on his tunic and step outside, letting the morning light wash over his face, a sight that made him look like a god blending into the ordinary world. Eurydice laid a cloth on the table, preparing bread, fruit, and a pot of herbal water. The rising steam filled the house with fragrance. Here, there was no city noise, no shapeless worries, only the quiet caution of a morning where two adults learned how to live slowly. After breakfast, they went outside together. All day long, they let nature lead the way. Some days they walked along the stream, the cool water splashing against their feet like a greeting. Eurydice sat beneath the old olive tree, opening her sketchbook, her hand moving according to shapes only she could see. Orpheus sat nearby, playing soft melodies that drifted like birds running along the horizon. Some days they lay on a meadow blooming with wildflowers, letting the sun dry their hair. Eurydice sketched clouds, while Orpheus wrote small snippets of music, incomplete lines like little scattered notes from a heart still growing each day. Some days the wind rose. They stayed indoors. They sat by the fire, back to back, reading. No words needed. The warmth of the other's back was the most intimate whisper. The special thing about their happiness was its simplicity. No festivals, no grand vows, no witnesses needed. Just the two of them, in moments that on their own seemed ordinary, but when woven together, created a life that felt complete. Some afternoons, Eurydice washed clothes by the stream, her hands reddened by the cold water. From a distance, Orpheus watched her as though she were something more sacred than music. For to him, Eurydice was the song he never knew he had been searching for. Some sunsets, Orpheus taught her small fragments of melodies, and Eurydice sketched his hands. What they shared was the same. Neither tried to be perfect. They only tried to be the gentlest versions of themselves for one another. And at night, when the fire dimmed and the moon shimmered above the wooden roof, they lay together, listening to the insects sing. Neither feared what tomorrow might bring. The stability of the present felt like a blessing that stretched endlessly forward, a promise never spoken, yet deeply believed. If someone asked Orpheus, "What is the most beautiful thing in your life?" he would not say music, nor fame, nor the gaze of the gods. He would say, "It's the mornings when Eurydice lights the fire, the afternoons when she sits under the olive trees to draw, the nights when she rests her head on my chest and sleeps as peacefully as a finished song." And if someone asked Eurydice, "What made you realize you loved Orpheus?" she would answer, "It was when I watched him sleep and saw in him a peace I had never known in my life before." And perhaps that is the most miraculous thing. Two souls who once knew loneliness to its depths found each other in a life that seemed ordinary, yet was somehow enough to call complete. Part 9. The Tragedy of the Serpent. There are days when fate seems like a thread so thin that a single breath could push it off course. On that fateful morning, Eurydice had no idea that the world she still believed to be gentle when she walked beside Orpheus, was waiting to snap a piece of a life far too beautiful to be shattered. That day, Orpheus had to leave early, an invitation from the shepherds in the valley of Plainon. They wanted him to play a melody to celebrate the harvest season. Eurydice walked with her husband to the last bend of the road, watching his figure grow smaller between the familiar rows of olive trees. She was still smiling when he turned back to wave one last time. When the sound of Orpheus's footsteps had dissolved into the distance, Eurydice returned to the narrow path leading into the old forest. The forest where she and Orpheus had first met, where the colors of music drifted through the air like thin ribbons, where her heart first learned to listen to the voice of another soul. Morning sunlight passed through the leaves, leaving thin streaks of brightness across the damp forest floor. Dew still clung to the grass, cold but not biting, just enough for Eurydice to feel vividly alive with every breath. She had no intention of doing anything significant. She simply wanted to find again the feeling of walking alone through the woods, something she rarely did since marriage, because Orpheus always wanted to hold her hand. But that morning, Eurydice felt a strange lightness, as if a voice in nature itself were calling her back. And then she heard laughter. Not the laughter of mortals, but light crystalline sounds like glass tapping gently together. The water nymphs. They often appeared on beautiful early mornings like this, dressed in shimmering water, their hair woven from mist and sunlight. Eurydice had always loved them. They loved her too, this girl with moss-green eyes and a heart as gentle as the streams they guarded. Alone today, one nymph asked, her voice warm with affection. Eurydice laughed. Orpheus left early. I just wanted to take a walk. Then dance with us, another nymph said, extending a hand as clear as running water. Eurydice had never been one to blend easily into crowds, but among the water nymphs, she became the most natural version of herself. She slipped off her leather sandals, placed them beneath a tree, and stepped into their circle. Soft songs drifted upward into the sky. Dewdrops quivered. Leaves tilted in rhythm. The entire forest seemed lifted by a joy so pure that Eurydice hardly recognized it as her own. She spun, her soft brown hair drawing gentle arcs through the air. Each step landed like a musical note, as if the universe had allowed her to enter a dance meant only for the freest hearts. She felt as light as wind, as bright as youthful sunlight, and above all, happy. Happy in a way that makes one believe such happiness could never disappear. But just when one dreams most freely, fate often stands quietly behind, preparing its blow. In a single turn, Eurydice failed to see how the ground had shifted beneath her. A small stone protruded upward, and right beside it lay something long, dark brown, unmoving, like a fallen branch, drying under the sunlight. She stepped on it. Not a branch, a serpent. In an instant, all the light in the forest seemed to collapse inward. A faint sound, barely audible, made the nymphs snap their heads toward her. Eurydice felt a sharp, piercing pain slice through the skin of her ankle. It wasn't a mortal kind of pain, it was cold, as though death itself had placed a hand upon her. The serpent slithered away after striking, leaving a small patch of earth trembling in the silence. Eurydice! The water nymphs screamed together. For a moment, everything in the world slowed. Eurydice looked down at the bite, 2 dark purple punctures, blood rising like musical notes fading out of her life. She staggered, her vision blurred. The bright morning light fractured before her eyes, like watercolor dissolving under rain. The nymphs rushed to catch her, their voices breaking. But spirits of the water could not heal venom born from the deep shadows beneath the earth. Eurydice gasped. Her hand trembled as she gripped one nymph's arm. Orpheus. She couldn't finish the sentence. Her breath fractured. Her moss-green eyes, once bright like cool forest lakes, dimmed, as if someone had plunged a stone into their depths, stirring up every piece they once held. The nymphs knew. They could not save her. Eurydice, one whispered, her voice tight like a stream blocked by stone. Eurydice lifted her gaze to the sky. She thought of Orpheus, of his hands on the strings, of his warm breath against her neck each night, of the way he said her name like calling to a song only he could write. If only I could see him once more. That was her final thought. And then Eurydice collapsed into the arms of the nymphs, as gently as a late-season leaf falling to the forest floor. Beautiful, fragile, and destined not to resist. The morning light dimmed. The forest winds hummed a muted elegy. The nymphs held her body and wept, their tears spilling like overflowing springs between stones. Eurydice, the one who could brighten the forest with a single smile, was gone. No final scream, no farewell. Only a heavy silence, a void no voice could fill. And Orpheus, not far away, in a distant meadow, was at that very moment playing a joyful tune for the shepherds, unaware that each note he plucked was sending off the most precious thing in his life. When the melody ended, Orpheus smiled, but elsewhere, in the deep woods, his happiness had taken its final breath, and that was the moment when fate, silent, merciless, began writing the next chapter of their story in the color of loss. Part 10. The Descent into the Underworld. There are sorrows that do not arrive with thunder, do not scream, do not demand attention. They seep into a person through absolute silence, a silence so heavy that anyone who touches it feels chilled, as though placing their hand on a stone at the bottom of the sea. After Eurydice's death, Orpheus lived inside that silence. No one heard him cry, because he did not cry. No one heard him scream, because he no longer had the strength for a deep breath. All that pain gathered into a vast hollow, stretching endlessly like an abyss. People said that for many days, Orpheus did not touch his lyre, not because he feared the music would remind him of Eurydice, but because he feared it wouldn't. He feared that when he plucked a string, the only reply would be the hollow echo of a world missing the soul that gave it warmth. But then one night, when the crescent moon hung in the sky like a thin slice of silver nail, Orpheus realized he could not continue waiting. Grief makes people act in ways no one expects, sometimes reckless, sometimes desperate, but always honest enough that even the gods must listen. Orpheus rose, took the dust-covered lyre into his hands. His fingers trembled as they touched the strings, not from fear, but because his soul, fractured for days, was trying to piece itself back together. He knew one thing. If even the faintest hope remained for Eurydice, he had to find her, and there was only one place to seek her: the underworld. The underworld was not a place mortals could simply step into. It was where the boundary between light and shadow was torn open, where each footstep made one feel as though they were treading on their own soul. But in his desperation, Orpheus thought of none of this. The path downward began at a deep, damp fissure behind the forest where Eurydice had died. Perhaps the gods had left this passage to test how deeply a human could love. Orpheus descended each stone step, some broken, some slick with moss, some seeming to crumble beneath the weight of his grief. But he did not stop. The light of the mortal world faded, then disappeared. The air thickened like leaden fog. The sound of his heartbeat became the only remaining noise. When he reached the edge of the Styx, the river of Severance, its water was black as ink, reflecting no living form. Charon, the ferryman with an expressionless face, stood silently watching him. He asked, "You are alive, yet you seek to enter the realm of the dead. Why?" Orpheus lifted his lyre to his chest and spoke only one sentence: "I have come to find my wife." Charon stared at him for a long time, not because he had never seen love, but because he had grown accustomed to the despair of the dead. Rarely did he see such blazing intensity in the eyes of the living. Finally, instead of demanding payment as tradition required, Charon simply nodded. "Get in the boat." The far shore was not land, but a hazy expanse, like condensed smoke. The very air trembled, as though the underworld, breathed with a rhythm not meant for mortals. There, Orpheus heard distant moans of wandering souls, the clanging of metals where gods of punishment worked, and winds that carried the cold of lives yet unredeemed. Then came the roar, a roar that split the silence. Cerberus, the three-headed hound guarding the gates, emerged from the darkness. Each head bore a different expression, one enraged, one suspicious, one ravenous. 3 pairs of blazing eyes reflected the terror of every soul that dared approach. It growled, the sound rattling Orpheus's bones. No weapons, no armor, no god to shield him. Only a mortal, naked before death. But Orpheus did the one thing he knew. He raised his lyre. His fingers quivered. The strings tightened. And then, music rose. Not a melody to perform, nor one to impress. It was a heart torn open, spilling into sound. Each vibrating string was like a raw nerve, pulled taut to the point of breaking. That music was not the sound of life. It was the sound of a human standing at the very edge of death, still clinging to a hope as small as a grain of dust. Cerberus roared again, but this time the sound wavered. One head lowered, then the second, then the third. All 4 paws bent, sinking into the ground of the underworld. It did not sleep. It surrendered. It understood that grief has no fangs, yet cuts sharper than any blade. Orpheus walked past, not daring to stop, not daring to let silence return and devour him. The path ahead was as dark as the belly of a mountain, but he kept moving, step by step, note by note, breath by trembling breath, because he knew Eurydice was somewhere in this darkness, lost, and he, frail but unyielding, was going to find her. Even if he had to walk to the very end of the world, even if he had to sing with whatever remained of his soul, even if he had to challenge death itself, Orpheus kept going, for love, for grief, for the one person he could not lose a second time. Part 11. The plea to Hades and Persephone. The underworld is not as far as mortals believe. It lies only a breath away from the heart, a breath sharp enough to cut. Orpheus understood this the moment he stepped past Cerberus and continued deeper into the darkness. There, sound did not disperse. It seemed trapped in the air, echoing back at anyone who dared to walk through. Every breath carried the metallic chill of souls who never had the chance to say their final words. On the stone walls, dim lanterns flickered like the weary eyes of ancient spirits. Orpheus walked between these rows of borrowed light, feeling as though he were treading through his own memories. Memories of things lost and things that would never return. He held the lyre tight against his chest. His calloused fingers trembled, not out of fear, but because he knew the meeting ahead left no room for error. Hades did not bend easily. Persephone was gentle, but just. The underworld ran by its own laws, not by the pleas of mortals. But Orpheus did not come here as a mortal. He came as a man whose heart had already crumbled into ash. At the end of the path stood a towering obsidian gate, carved with scenes both beautiful and sorrowful. Lovers torn apart, mothers losing their children, warriors collapsing under the rain of spears. These were fragments of lives the underworld had gathered, sewn together into a tapestry of sacrifice. When the gate opened on its own, Orpheus stepped into the grand hall of Hades and Persephone. The ceiling rose impossibly high, disappearing into a void like a sky erased from existence. Hades sat upon a throne of obsidian, his eyes deep as ancient wells, silent enough to make every thought in Orpheus feel exposed. Beside him stood Persephone, gentle as a blossoming pomegranate branch. Her gown flowed like early petals, yet her gaze carried the wisdom of one who lived split between 2 worlds, half life, half death. Orpheus fell to his knees, not out of ritual, but because his legs could no longer bear the weight of his grief. Hades spoke, his voice low and heavy. like stones rolling through a mountain cavern. Mortal, why do you dare enter a place not meant for the living? Orpheus bowed his head, but his voice remained steady, the same way it had when he played the first note of his life. Because love is stronger than death. Because my heart cannot remain in the world above while Eurydice lies in this darkness. Persephone tilted her head. In her eyes was compassion, the kind only those who understand separation can recognize. I have heard your music, she said. It reached even the groves of my pomegranates. But words are still just words. In this realm, only absolute truth holds weight. Orpheus drew a deep breath. He knew the most important moment had come. He lifted his lyre, without asking for permission, without ceremony. The sound burst forth. Not music, but the crack of a breaking heart. This melody had no beginning and needed no end. It seemed drawn from the deepest layers of Orpheus's soul, the loss that could not be named, the regret that could not be undone, the love so pure it needed no proof. The music washed over the hall. The stone pillars shivered slightly, as if the very particles within them were listening. Hades, master of shadow and dominion, felt his own eternal solitude briefly illuminated. Persephone placed a hand upon her chest, where she had felt many winters of sorrow. In the melody, Hades saw Eurydice walking through a field, smiling in new spring light. Persephone saw Orpheus reaching for her with all the tenderness one heart could hold. When the final note faded, the hall was silent, utterly still. No one breathed, no one moved. Then Hades rose. The sweep of his cloak across the stone floor sounded like a world deciding the fate of a single man. He spoke slowly. Orpheus, you have made the underworld listen to something I believed only the dead could understand. You love her, that much I believe. Persephone stepped forward, her eyes shining with a light even the underworld could not extinguish. I will return Eurydice to you. Orpheus's heart nearly stopped, but Hades lifted a hand, severing hope before it could soar too quickly. But there is one condition. Orpheus raised his head, his eyes like a flame down to its final wick, but still burning. You will walk ahead. Eurydice will follow behind you. Until you both reach the sunlight of the world above, you must not look back at her, not once, not for a heartbeat, not from fear, not from doubt, not from love so overwhelming that you long to confirm her presence. Persephone's voice was soft as silk, but firm as law. For love demands trust. Without trust, love cannot live. Eurydice will return only if you choose to believe in her, even in darkness. Orpheus closed his eyes. The moment stretched like a lifetime. Then he opened them and spoke with the voice of a man who had tied his destiny to a single promise. I accept. Hades struck his staff against the floor, and from the shadows, Eurydice emerged like a soul newly kindled. Orpheus saw her eyes, gentle, clear, filled with the life he had lost, but he could not look long. He turned away, feeling his heart tear cleanly in two. Persephone whispered, soft as a blessing, bring her back with faith, not fear. And thus began the ascent back to the living world, a journey where every step weighed as much as an entire universe. Behind him in the dark, Eurydice followed, silent as a promise not yet spoken, and Orpheus did not look back, because if love had carried him to the deepest pit of the underworld, then only trust could lead him back into the light. Part 12. Faith and the Return. The journey back from the underworld was nothing like the descent. Going down was the free fall of a shattered soul, a plunge into darkness born from a grief too immense to find shelter anywhere else. But going up was another trial entirely, a trial of faith. And faith, sometimes, is more difficult than death itself. Orpheus understood that the very moment he took his first step out of Hades' great hall, he was not allowed to look back. He could not look at Eurydice, not even once, not even for a fleeting moment small as a blink. If he did, she would dissolve into darkness forever. No plea would save her a second time. He knew this, and because he knew, his heart hurt, as if someone were crushing it in their palm. The path from the underworld to the world of the living stretched endlessly. It twisted through layers of black mist and over ancient stone steps cracked from the weight of millions of souls who had passed before him. Orpheus walked, and each step pulsed with pain. Though he didn't turn his head, he felt the emptiness behind him. An emptiness like the entire darkness was opening its jaws where Eurydice should have been. After only a short distance, he strained his ears. There was nothing but his own breathing. No rustle of a dress against rock, no footsteps light as wind, nothing. In life there are silences that come not from peace, but from fear. Orpheus walked inside such a silence. He whispered to himself, "Eurydice is there. She walks behind me. She simply leaves no sound because she is a soul, light as smoke." He repeated this to himself again and again until the words became a rhythm, holding him upright. Sometimes faith is not a light. Sometimes it is only a thin thread, keeping a person from falling into absolute despair. Halfway up, the air grew colder. Not the cold of the dead, but the cold of doubt. Every step made Orpheus feel as though Eurydice was drifting farther away. At times he thought he heard her breath falter, or felt her reaching through the void, but he did not dare turn. One glance, and she would be lost. There were moments when the young man stopped for a few seconds, not because he was tired, because he missed her so deeply. He missed her soft touch, the scent of her hair, the way she smiled like a dewdrop resting on a flower petal. He wanted to be sure she was still there, but love, without faith, is only fear disguised as something beautiful. He stood in the darkness, not looking back, and whispered, "Eurydice, if you are here, just stay silent. I will believe." And strangely, it was precisely that silence that kept him moving. The final stretch of the path rose steeply, as if fate had set one last test for two souls who dared to love. A faint brightness shimmered ahead, not light yet, only a pale smear of gray. But to Orpheus, it was hope. Just a little farther, just a little more. His feet shook, but he advanced. His back warmed, as if Eurydice's gaze rested gently between his shoulders. He longed to turn, longed to see her just once, the way one longs to look at the sun one last time before leaving the world. But he did not turn. In that moment, he understood. Love is not a look. Love is a promise. And a promise must be kept with the whole heart. When the final light broke open at the top of the tunnel, Orpheus thought he heard a small gasp, barely a sound, like a leaf touching water. He did not know whether it came from Eurydice or from his own heart, breaking under the weight of hope. He stepped out of the darkness, and the daylight of the living world wrapped around him. The warmth made his eyes sting. Still, he didn't look back, not until his foot touched the soft grass of the living world, the gentle wind, the earthy scent of damp leaves. Only then did he allow himself to breathe. It was a breath he had held for the entire journey, afraid that if he let go, his faith might fly away. And then, a pair of arms wrapped around him from behind. Not the wind, not an illusion, not the memory of a grieving man, but Eurydice's arms, warm, real, tender enough to make the entire world stop moving. Orpheus turned, this time aloud, and saw her standing there, not a ghost, not a fading shade, but alive, radiant, as if she had stepped out of a beautiful dream. Eurydice touched his cheek, a tear falling like a drop of morning dew melting into the earth. "I'm here," she said. Orpheus pulled her into his embrace, holding her as though making up for every moment he had walked through the darkness, unsure if he had lost her forever. She whispered against his chest, "I followed you. Every step. I was afraid you might forget, but you didn't." Orpheus closed his eyes, letting the living world's breeze sweep across them both. "I did not believe in the darkness," he said. "I only believed in you. In that moment, life seemed to bloom again. No lyre, no celebration of the gods, just two people standing at the edge of a miracle born from faith itself. And sometimes, that is all one needs. A return, a trust unbroken, a love strong enough to pull a soul from the very depths back into the light. Part 13. Zeus's quiet love for Europa. In the land of Phoenicia, where endless fields of heather purple stretched all the way to the horizon, there lived a princess whose life was so simple that people often forgot she was born of a king. Europa possessed a strange kind of beauty, not dazzling in the way royalty was expected to look, but gentle and pure, like a leaf still holding the morning dew. She cared little for crowded ceremonies, for long rows of gold-embroidered silk gowns, or for the loud banquets that filled the palace halls. She loved the sunlight, soft rays warming her arms as she bent down to tend a wilting flower. She loved the earth, old patient soil that allowed her to plant each tiny seed, and she loved the smallest living beings that others ignored. A weary bee collapsing by the stream, a fledgling that had fallen from its nest, or a fragile blade of grass bent by the wind, yet stubbornly trying to stand. Europa had the habit of picking these things up. She placed tenderness into the tiniest of details, as though fragility itself made her love life more deeply. People often said, the best people are those who never think they are good. Europa was such a person. High above on Olympus, where gods lived among the drifting mists and silver clouds, a pair of eyes watched her every day. They belonged to Zeus, the supreme god, the keeper of thunderbolts, yet also the one who understood every tremor of the human heart. Zeus had seen countless classic beauties of the mortal world, goddesses whose radiance made even light hesitate before touching them, but none had ever made him linger as long as Europa. What made him look was not her chestnut hair glowing under the sun, nor her skin pale as moonlit milk. It was the care she offered to things considered meaningless by the world. One day, Zeus saw her crossing a long field, the thin scarf on her shoulders fluttering in the wind. She stopped beside a bee struggling on the grass. Without hesitation, she lifted it gently with a leaf, ran quite a distance to dip that leaf into a pool of clear water, and set it down on dry earth to recover. She did not wait for it to revive. She simply continued walking, as if the act was as natural as breathing. No god would do such a thing. No royal born would bend down for a bee. Only her, Europa. And in that small moment, Zeus understood. Some things do not need thunder to touch the heart. Some things only need gentleness. Zeus did not know when he first began to love her. Perhaps it was at dawn, when Europa waded into the shoreline, splashing water onto her face, laughing to herself at the sound of waves. Perhaps it was when she sat beneath an olive tree, playing a tiny flute with clumsy notes, yet honest as her soul. Or perhaps it was the night she lay beneath the sky, hand resting on her chest, listening to her heartbeat, as if to measure how well she had lived that day. Zeus's world was wide and complicated. Europa's world was simple and pure, but it was precisely that simplicity that softened his heart, a heart that had only ever trembled when the cosmos itself shifted. In Europa, Zeus saw what mortals often forget. That gentleness is also a form of strength, that caring for the smallest creature is a way to protect the world. That love, if it does not begin with small things, can never grow large enough to reach anyone. During those days, Europa lived unaware that a god was following every step she took. She only knew that although her life carried small burdens, the expectations of her parents, the pressure placed upon her, she found her spirit lightening whenever she touched grass, water, or wind. Sometimes, she felt as though someone were watching her. Not the prying eyes of the palace, but a quiet, affectionate gaze that asked nothing of her. A gaze that made her want to live even more kindly, to turn each small action into a whispered prayer of gratitude to the world. She did not know where that gaze came from, but Zeus knew, and he also knew he had gone too far to turn back. To love a mortal was not difficult for a god. The difficulty lay in loving without harming them, in loving while allowing them to remain themselves, unburdened by divine light, untouched by overwhelming power. Zeus understood this better than anyone. Europa was not a conquest, not a gift fate placed in his hand. She was a soul, clear, free, and luminous, and that freedom was the most beautiful thing about her. He watched her tend to baby birds under a tree, watched her brush mud off her hands after planting new seeds. He wondered, am I worthy of stepping into her world? Can I touch her life without breaking anything? Zeus felt a fear that no titan's fury, no storm's roar, had ever stirred in him before. A fear that approaching her might shatter the peace she lived in. But love, once rooted, never stays still. It slips into the smallest cracks of the heart, and once the heart opens, not even a god can close it. One afternoon, while Europa sat on the rocky shore, weaving wildflowers into a crown for her hair, Zeus stood within the clouds and watched her for a long, long time. The wind lifted a strand of her hair, the sun lit her cheek, and in that moment he understood something shared by gods and mortals alike. There are souls you want to approach, not to possess but to protect. Europa had no idea she was about to become part of a fate far greater than herself. Zeus had no idea how to hide his growing feelings rising inside him like a rising tide. Only the silent sky knew, and the endless blue sea knew, that from that day on what lay between Zeus and Europa would no longer belong solely to gods or mortals. It would belong to the heart. Part 14. Europa forced into marriage and Zeus transformed into a white bull. No one asked Europa what she wanted. In the palace of Phoenicia, where the stone floors gleamed and the vaulted ceilings reflected sunlight into thin golden blades like knives, every decision was made under the name of the kingdom. Europa had barely stepped past girlhood, yet her entire future was arranged as if she were a commodity to be exchanged on a political chessboard. Her father received a proposal for an alliance. Her mother evaluated the other family as one that could ensure long-term stability. And Europa, she simply stood there, listening to them discuss her life in the same steady tone one might use when negotiating farmland. She smiled faintly, but it was the kind of smile even a withered leaf would understand. Fragile, easily broken, existing only to hide what trembled beneath. Europa longed for a simple life, where she could tend to small sprouts, listen to the sea's whispers each morning, and let her heart choose its own path. But politics does not understand softness. Politics only knows benefit, only knows knots that must be tied by marriages devoid of love. That afternoon, she fought to hold her tears back while her parents spoke of the wedding day, of dowries, of numbers, of walls that would grow higher once she became a bridge between two kingdoms. Only when she stepped outside the palace did she stop trying. She ran across stone steps worn by generations, ran past the purple fields like a silent river, ran to the one place where the eyes of the court could not reach her, the great tree where she often sat alone to ponder the world. There, Europa sat down, hugged her knees, and let her tears fall freely, not because she was weak, but because she was human, and humans are always wounded when their lives are decided for them. She cried as if the sky above her trembled with each sob. Leaves drifted down around her, but none were strong enough to cover the hollow ache inside. Europa looked up at the sky, searching for a sign, anything, that could tell her the world still held some gentleness. But the sky remained calm, as if her pain were nothing more than a small scratch on the vast map of humanity's fate. She whispered, "Why does no one ask if I am happy?" The question dissolved into the wind, but it did not disappear. On Olympus, Zeus heard it. He did not hear with ears, but in another way, through the faint tremor of the universe each time a kind heart is hurt. Europa was not the first to weep because her fate was arranged, but her sorrow carried something Zeus could not ignore, not because she was beautiful, but because she was gentle. Gentleness ran in her like clear water beneath the earth, quiet, unboastful, yet nourishing everything around her. Someone like that did not deserve a life stripped of freedom. Zeus stood among the clouds, looking at Europa, curled beneath the tree, her small shoulders shaking. He knew he could not remain distant. There are moments when even gods cannot remain detached. But Zeus also understood that if he appeared in his true form, radiant, overwhelming, holding the power of thunder, she would fear him. Not because he was a god, but because power that immense can make a mortal feel insignificant, robbed of ownership over her own life. Zeus did not want Europa to fear him. He wanted only to come close without shattering the tenderness blooming in her heart. So he chose another form. Light from Olympus fell upon the meadow like a silver veil. From within that glow, a white bull emerged. Not like the cattle of the Phoenician herds, this one was too beautiful, too pure. Its white coat looked as though it had been woven from moonlight. Its fur rippled softly in the wind, and its eyes were deep, gentle, human, and tinged with sorrow. The bull did not approach too closely. It stood just a few steps from Europa, bowing its head as if to ask whether she needed a shoulder to lean on. Europa looked up, eyes red and swollen. At first she was startled by its majesty, but then she looked into its eyes that were not distant, not threatening, but seemed to say, "I understand. I am here." She extended her hand, hesitant. The bull did not move. She placed her hand on its head. Warm skin, steady breath, as if its very existence was an answer to her despair. Europa began to cry again, but this time not out of hopelessness, but because of the strange sensation of being seen, being understood. "Where do you come from?" she whispered, not expecting an answer. The bull did not speak, but its breath was a calming wave that softened her heart. It lay down beside her, close enough for her to feel she was no longer alone. Europa felt something she had never known inside the palace. Safety. A safety that did not speak, did not demand, did not confine. A safety that simply existed, like a hill shielding her from the wind. A gentle presence. Zeus, within the form of the white bull, watched her, and knew he had chosen correctly. He did not wish to invade her life, did not wish to claim her like a possession. He wished only for her to hope again, to trust that the world still held softness, and by doing so, Zeus took his first step into her life, not as a powerful god, but as a gentle creature, appearing at the moment she was most fragile. Many great stories begin with thunder, but this story began with tears, and a white creature standing beside a young girl's grief. Sometimes the greatest rescues are not battles against monsters, but the act of saving a heart from feeling abandoned by its own life. Part 15. The Sea Crossing to Crete. There are choices in life that don't come from logic, nor from the careful calculations of someone accustomed to dealing with the world. They emerge in the instant when the heart recognizes something the mind has not yet found a name for. And sometimes, a single moment like that is enough to change the entire trajectory of a life. Europa stood before the white bull, a creature so strange that she didn't know whether to call it a friend, a comfort, or an unanswered riddle. She only knew that when she looked into its eyes, she saw something she had never seen in any human gaze, not even from those closest to her. Tranquility. A tranquility not born from indifference, but from a being who understood the storms inside her, and did not demand that she hide them. Europa bent down, her hands trembling slightly, and picked up the flower wreath she had hurriedly woven that morning. The wreath she thought she would wear on her head at the forced wedding. Now, she placed it on the bull's gently curving horns, as if offering it to the only soul who seemed capable of listening to her in this moment. The bull didn't move. It simply blinked and lowered its head, as though accepting the wreath as a secret ritual between two lonely hearts. Suddenly, Europa understood that she wanted to leave, not out of a thirst for adventure, but because she needed to escape the invisible cage closing around her life. She ran a hand down the bull's neck. Warmth spread from her palm to her chest, giving her a sense of safety she had never known. Then she climbed onto the bull's back. There was no music, no procession to send her off. Only the meadow, the evening wind, and the sound of her heartbeat. The heartbeat of someone stepping into a future she could not yet see. The bull began to walk. Its first steps were so gentle that Europa felt as if she were pressing her cheek against a warm stream. But when they reached the shoreline, it suddenly stopped. Europa was about to dismount, but the bull turned its head toward her, its gaze asking a silent question, "Do you trust me?" A question with no words, but one that echoed deeply within her. Europa inhaled sharply. The wind carried the smell of sea salt into her face, and she nodded. In that moment, the bull leapt into the sea. Europa clung to its neck, feeling as if the entire world had been lifted off her heels. Seawater sprayed upward like thousands of shattered mirrors, reflecting the sun. For a brief instant, she feared she had made a terrible mistake, that she had given her life to a creature she didn't understand, that she might drown in the vast ocean. But then she looked down. The bull's eyes, those calm, tranquil eyes, were still exactly the same. No panic, no fear, as if it had been born to swim through these waves, to carry her across without flinching at the ocean's challenges. Europa's breath slowed. Her chest loosened from the tightness that had strangled her ever since she fled the palace. For the first time in days, she felt as though someone was holding her hand, without asking anything in return. The sea was fierce. Every wave rose like a white wall and crashed down before rising again. But the white bull did not falter. It moved forward like a traveling mountain, powerful, yet never violent. Europa held on, but her fear began to shift into wonder. Seawater drenched her legs cold and sharp, but she no longer trembled. Her hair whipped wet in the wind, yet her eyes grew brighter with each wave. Something was taking root inside her. Not love. She didn't know the name for it yet, but a delicate new trust, like a sprout pushing through the soil. When the sea widened into a vast silver sheet, Europa lifted her eyes to the sky. She realized how long it had been since she looked at the world with bare, unburdened vision, with no duties, no plans, no expectations. And she understood, freedom is not always escape. Sometimes freedom is daring to sit upon something you don't yet understand and letting the sea wind guide you. Europa gazed toward the horizon. The light stretched out like a pathway inviting her into another life. A life she had never believed she was allowed to choose. She smiled for the first time in days. It wasn't a smile to reassure herself, nor to please anyone. It was real, born from a heart beginning to open again. "Where are you taking me?" she asked. The bull didn't answer, but its strokes became steadier, stronger, as if saying, "To a place where you will finally live as yourself." When sunset fell, painting the sky in bronze and violet, the sea calmed like a cloth, being smoothed by unseen hands. Europa gently touched the bull's brow and whispered her gratitude. She didn't know where this path would lead, only that she no longer felt forced, caged, or treated like a tool. She was moving for her own sake. And on the back of a white bull crossing the great ocean, Europa understood that rescue does not always come in the form of an open door. Sometimes it comes in the form of a silent creature who knows how to look into your heart with a tenderness humans rarely give one another. Night came. Stars fell across the sky like seeds of eternal light. The bull kept swimming, tireless, unwavering. Europa rested her head against its back, her eyes drifting closed with a trust she had never given anyone before. And so, between the dark waves shimmering with silver, a new life was opening before her. a life where she would eventually meet the one who had changed shape for her sake, and would learn that sometimes gentleness is the greatest power a god can possess. Part 16. The Revelation and the Promise of the Sky. When land appeared after a long night crossing the sea, Europa awoke to the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, an echo like the gentle heartbeat of someone patiently waiting. The stretch of Crete before her unfurled like a warm brown silk cloth, brushed with the new sun's golden light. She straightened on the white bull's back, feeling the subtle vibration beneath her, like a quiet welcome. Throughout the long journey, she had grown familiar with the creature's warmth, with its strong yet gentle stride, with the attentive gaze that seemed to listen to every small tremor within her. But when its hooves touched the sand of Crete and sunlight shimmered along its white fur, Europa sensed something shifting in the air, an approaching touch of destiny, soft as wind, yet powerful as the ocean's hidden currents. The bull walked a few circles around the shore, then stopped completely. Europa laid her hand on its back and patted it, as though the two of them shared a secret. She never believed this creature was simply an animal. There are silences more human than 1,000 spoken words, and the white bull had been silent in exactly that way. As she prepared to step down, the bull turned its head to look at her with the same eyes she had seen again and again, eyes as deep as the sea at night, capable of holding the sorrow of a world, yet still soothing the heart of one person. Then something happened. Light began to drift from the bull's body, spreading outward, like a silver cloth unfurled in the wind. Europa stepped back, eyes widened. The light wasn't scorching but warm, as if moonlight were touching the surface of water. It enveloped her, lifting strands of her hair, slowing her heartbeat, opening her soul to something sacred in the silence. When the light faded, the bull was gone. A man stood before her. Those eyes, now in human form, were still the eyes she had looked into throughout the journey. But the presence of the god made the entire shore seem to bow in awe. Zeus stood there, revealing nothing and explaining nothing in haste. He simply looked at her, as though waiting for her to breathe before he spoke. Europa, his voice deep yet gentle. I am Zeus, and I have loved you far longer than you could imagine. Europa stepped back, not from fear, but from trying to understand what her heart had known before her mind could name it. This love didn't begin on Olympus. It began in the meadow, where she had cried beneath the tree, begun the moment a silent creature appeared beside her sorrow. Zeus continued, I did not bring you here to keep you. You may stay in Crete, or return to Phoenicia. I want you to choose, not me. Freedom. A word that, when given by others, often comes with conditions. But when Zeus spoke, she felt something different. The sincerity of someone who knew that the greater the love, the more necessary it was to let go when the time came. Europa looked around. No palace to trap her, no judging eyes, no shadow of political marriage looming over her. Only sea, sand, and sky. So wide she felt her voice would be caught and held tenderly if she shouted. I want to stay, she said, her voice soft as wind, but firm as stone. Zeus bent down, not because he was small, but because he wished to meet her gaze at eye level, a gesture rare for a god of immense power. He touched her hand. He touched her the way morning sunlight touches water, unhurried, asking for nothing, only affirming that she was truly here. The two worlds, mortal and divine, could meet without one consuming the other. To keep this love from fading with time, Zeus lifted his face to the sky and drew a white streak across the blue. The streak ignited into a constellation, Taurus, the curved horns and majestic form of the bull who had carried her across the sea. Whenever you remember this journey, Zeus said, look up. That star will tell you I was there, that I carried you toward your freedom. Europa looked up, and for the first time since the world had forced her into plans not her own, she felt her future open, vast and bright. Zeus did not stop at a constellation. He gave Europa 3 gifts, Not gifts to bind her with gratitude, but gifts to protect the life she would build in Crete. Talos, the bronze giant, who would circle the island each day to guard her from danger. Laelaps, the hound swift as wind, destined never to fail in any pursuit. Zeus's spear, a weapon that never missed, granting her agency in the world she chose. These were not symbols of possession. They were promises that the life she chose would be safe, free from the claws of political ambition. As months passed, Europa lived peacefully in Crete. She tended gardens, spoke with Talos, taught Laelaps to rest by the doorway each afternoon, and sometimes lifted her eyes toward Taurus in the night sky. She bore 3 sons, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Sarpedon, children raised in love rather than obligation. No one called her a diplomatic bargaining chip. No one decided her fate for her. She lived as a person, not a symbol. And each night, Zeus watched her from afar, not interfering, not demanding, just as one watches a small light glowing in the darkness, simply to know it still shines, still safe, still free. Part 17. Perseus. Born of destiny, Argos in early winter was always covered in a strange, motionless quiet, as if even the air itself knew how to hold the secrets of human hearts. On the polished stone rooftops, the night dew gathered into long silver streaks, looking like lines of writing that someone had hurriedly carved and wiped away, afraid the world might see them. In the palace of King Eurydice, that silence carried a metallic chill, of authority, of fear, of a prophecy the king had heard too clearly but refused to accept. The prophecy was painfully simple. The son of Danae, his daughter, would kill him. Words like those, when spoken in a court built on schemes and suspicion, were more than divine warning. They became a shadow that pressed on Eurydice day after day, suffocating both reason and kindness, harsher than any enemy he had ever faced. And like all men whose fear is stronger than their humanity, Eurydice did the one thing he believed could tame fate. He imprisoned Danae, not inside an ordinary room, but inside a bronze tower sealed tight like the belly of the earth. Danae was kept there like a seed buried too deep, still alive but robbed of sunlight. The room held nothing but bronze walls, a lone bed, and a single opening in the ceiling through which light slipped in. A narrow wound that would never heal. As the months passed, Danae lived like someone abandoned in the ruins of her own memory. Some nights she sat with her back against the cold wall, listening to the wind howling. Outside, wondering, had her father become so afraid that he'd lost the part of himself that was still human? But she did not hate him. Hatred cannot open a locked door. She simply kept within herself a thin, unwavering flame, the fragile, fierce essence found in every future mother. Then one night, when the moon lay on the bronze ceiling like a sheet of soft silk, something impossible happened. The first ray of light fell through the narrow gap above her, not like the sun, nor like the moon. It was gentler, warmer, like the breath of someone bending down to look at her. Then the light blossomed into thousands of tiny particles so beautiful that Danae thought she was dreaming. They fell on her like rain, golden rain. Not the gold of greed, but the gold of beginnings. Gold like a child's laughter that had not yet been heard, but already softened a mother's heart. And in that luminous rain, she saw the shape of a man emerge, not a mortal, not a savior breaking open the tower like in the stories people told. It was Zeus. No thunder, no demands for worship, no dramatic entrance. He came quietly, as if to say, sometimes love does not need vows, only presence. Danae looked at him, not with worship, but with the relief of someone finally seen after long days of isolation. Zeus placed a hand on her shoulder, gentle as the wind touching the surface of water. She did not ask why he came. Some encounters are too sacred for questions. They exist because destiny chooses its moment. Months later, Danae felt life growing inside her. A small life, yet determined, bearing a will to survive every barrier, even before his eyes opened to the world. When Acrisius learned Danae was pregnant, he trembled, not out of love, but from terror at seeing the prophecy take shape. He didn't dare kill the child. Offending the gods was a faster death than fate itself. But fear of his own destined end, made him choose a cruelty even darker. He placed Danae and her newborn into a wooden chest and cast them out to sea. Danae did not cry when she was taken to the shore. She simply held her baby. The child just born, with eyes dark as the sky before a storm, breath faint but stubborn. There were no pleas, no curses. She only looked at him and whispered, "You came to me on a beam of light. Believe that the sea will be gentle with you too." Then the chest was sealed. Darkness, cold, silence. But inside Danae's heart, there was a source of warmth, her child, and it was enough to steady her breathing. The sea is not always the enemy of humankind. Some days it rages, but some days it behaves like a mother, opening her arms to those the world has cast away. And on that day, the sea was gentle. The chest floated. The waves did not shatter it. The wind did not overturn it. And when the first stars appeared in the sky, a quiet intervention emerged. Poseidon, the god of the sea, pushed the waters aside, forging a pathway soft as a hand brushing through a child's hair. The sea carried the chest toward the island of Seriphos, not a wealthy kingdom, but a place of humane hearts. When the fisherman Dictys found the chest tangled in his net, he opened it and saw a woman holding her child as if holding the last precious thing she had left in the world. No divine glow burst forth, only the faint breath of two lives in need of saving. Dictys brought them home. Danae placed the baby into his arms, and the old fisherman noticed something extraordinary. The infant was calm, as if the sea itself had sung him to sleep on their journey to Seriphos. "What is his name?" Dictys asked. Danae smiled. "Perseus." A simple name, yet carrying the strength of the light that had entered her tower. A name that would one day become a legend remembered across the world. But for now, Perseus was only a sleeping child cradled in the arms of a fisherman, and that, perhaps, was the most beautiful moment of destiny, when the greatest stories begin with the smallest beginnings. Part 18. A Childhood by the Sea and a Longing for Love. English translation. There are lands where people believe fate is written by the wind, and Seriphos is one of those places. On the island, no two mornings are ever the same. Some days the sea wind lashes against the rocky shore, as if trying to erase every trace of the previous day. On others, the waves caress the sand with the patience of a mother soothing her child to sleep. For Perseus, the island was not only home, but the only world where he felt safe since the day the wooden chest drifted into Dictys' life. It was also on this island that Perseus grew up as a child of the sea, sturdy, without arrogance, strong without aggression. In the mornings he followed Dictys out to the waters, his small hands gripping the fishing ropes, his eyes fixed on the faint horizon, as if trying to measure whether the human heart has any true limit. People said the sea taught three things: to wait, to trust, and to endure. Perseus learned all three long before he was old enough to think about anything else beyond long voyages and the salty wind clinging to his hair. Dictys, the kindest man on Seriphos, taught Perseus everything a child needed to survive among the tides: how to read the wind, how to sense a shift in currents with nothing but the palm of his hand, how the sky before a storm always hangs a little lower than usual. But he also taught Perseus something quieter, something few fathers on the island had the patience to teach: that kindness is as essential as breath, and gentleness can save a human life long before any sword or shield manages to. Though he was the son of Zeus without knowing it, Perseus carried none of the arrogance of a god. He worked as every other boy did, running barefoot over rocks, shoulders darkened by the sun, hands toughened by rope. But Dictys knew, in Perseus's eyes there was always a tender emptiness, like a question waiting for an answer. Something reaching, beyond the sea, beyond the winds, beyond the simple, repetitive life of Seriphos. In the afternoons, after returning from the waters, Perseus often sat alone beneath the largest boulder on the island. That was where the wind blew strongest, and where he could watch the sun fold itself into the sea, as if the world were closing once again in preparation for a rebirth. He often spread out the old books, the few dicties had salvaged from shipwrecks, books about distant adventures, about love, about gods he did not know he was connected to. Perseus especially loved the pages about love, something he had never understood yet felt drawn to. As if it were a distant land, he was certain he wanted to visit at least once in his life. Stories of two people finding each other in a vast world stirred something quiet in him. He believed he had been born of something unusual, but he did not long for power or glory. The only thing that lingered in him was the question of whether one day someone might appear to fill that gentle emptiness inside. On Seriphos, love drifted through most people's lives like shallow water, simple, quiet, without many storms. But Perseus did not dream of that kind of easy love. He never said this to anyone, but on nights when he lay listening to waves crash against stone, he imagined a face he'd never seen, a voice he'd never heard, and the feeling of someone who could see the things he never said out loud. Some afternoons, Dictys would catch him staring at the large seabirds circling in the sky, his eyes distant, and in those moments he understood. Perseus did not belong only to this island. He belonged to farther places, to larger stories. And perhaps someone somewhere was waiting for him too. But Dictys never said this aloud. Adults know that some truths should be left for time to reveal. On nights when the wind weakened, Perseus often climbed onto Dictys's roof, curled up, and stared at the bright stars above. He didn't know that one of those stars belonged to his own divine bloodline. He only felt that something far away was watching over him, something warm and faint, like the hand of someone who once touched his forehead when he was very small. Once, when Dictys returned with fewer books than usual, Perseus asked, "Do you think love like the stories truly exists in the world?" Dictys didn't answer immediately. He looked at Perseus as though seeing the memory of someone long gone, someone who had once asked him the same question. "It does," he said softly. "But love is not something you find with your eyes. It finds those who know how to wait." Perseus stayed quiet for a long time. He placed a hand over his heart, where the rhythm echoed like waves against cliffs. "I'm only afraid that I'll never meet anyone." "You will," Dictys replied with a certainty that made Perseus look up. "But they won't come to you because you're strong, or because of who you are. They'll come because you know how to see with your heart." Those words stayed with Perseus for years, especially on nights when the moon hung low and the wind whispered like a call from far away. He continued to grow within the peaceful rhythm of island life, hauling nets, rowing boats, learning to read the movements of the sky. But as he grew older, the dream of love became clearer, as if fate were preparing him for an encounter unlike anything he had ever known. Some evenings, Perseus stood before the sea, watching silver waves break upon the sand, his heart trembling like someone standing at the edge of a great journey. He didn't know that the path ahead would one day lead him to Andromeda, not tomorrow, not next year, but inevitably, because in Perseus's heart there had always been a space reserved for one person, and the entire universe, silent yet patient, was already moving, inch by inch, to bring that person toward him. Part 19, Slaying Medusa and Meeting Andromeda. Full motivational and literary English translation. There are journeys in life that we never consciously choose. They open like a door pushed by the wind, and we must step through even when our hearts are crowded with fear. For Perseus, the quest to slay Medusa was such a door. It was not born from the desire for glory, nor from the pride of wanting to prove his strength. It began with the helplessness of a young man trying to protect his mother. and the ruthless manipulation of a man who called himself king, Polydectes. Polydectes never openly showed hatred toward Perseus. He merely smiled, the kind of smile people use to hide the blade tucked beneath their sleeve. When he decided to force Danae, Perseus's mother, to become his wife, Perseus, like anyone with a conscience, stood against him, and that opposition became the excuse Polydectes needed to punish him. "I want the head of Medusa," the king said lightly, as if requesting a decorative ornament for his palace. But Perseus understood. This was a mission no different from a death sentence. Medusa, cursed by Athena, her hair transformed into snakes, her gaze turning all who met it into stone. No one had ever returned after facing her, yet Perseus accepted, not because he was fearless, but because sometimes, to protect the ones we love, we must be willing to wager everything, even our lives. In the nights before his departure, Perseus often went to the old beach where he had spent countless hours as a child, watching the waves crash against the cliffs. The wind carried the sharp salt air, and he felt his world narrowing to only three things: fear, duty, and the faint hope that he might somehow survive and return. But the gods did not abandon Perseus. Perhaps it was because Zeus's blood flowed through him, or perhaps he was one of the few whose heart was so pure that no one on Olympus wished to see it shattered. Hermes came first, handing him the winged sandals. Athena arrived after, placing in his hands a mirrored shield that shone like a morning lake. From the other gods, Perseus received a cloak of invisibility, a sword thin as moonlight, and a special satchel made to contain the Gorgon's head. These gifts were not merely weapons. They were proof that sometimes fate gently supports us through invisible threads, even when we are too overwhelmed to recognize it. The journey to Medusa's lair was a lesson in silence, the silence of night mist, the silence of fear, the silence of those who walked this path and never returned. Perseus crossed deserts where sand stung his eyes, passed through forests without birdsong, and wandered regions where even the sun hesitated to shine. At last, he stood before the cave, where the scent of cold stone mingled with the stench of death, like an invisible gray fog. Perseus knew that a single mistake meant dying as swiftly as the snap of a dry twig. He pulled the cloak of invisibility over his head, gripping the mirrored shield. In its reflection, everything blurred like rippling water, but sometimes water is the only thing that can save a life. Medusa was asleep. Her head was a forest of small serpents, slithering gently, breathing out a chilling, venomous scent. Her face, once called beautiful, was now only a long, jagged wound carved by fate. Perseus never looked at her directly. He watched only through the shield, seeing the trembling outline of a creature destroyed by prejudice, cursed for the beauty she once possessed. Something inside him stirred with pity, but pity cannot save anyone in a place where death breathes through every shadow. One strike, swift, precise, and everything fell into silence. When Perseus placed Medusa's head into the satchel, he felt no triumph, only a quiet sorrow of someone who understands that sometimes evil is not a nature, but the final shape of pain pushed to its limits. Perseus left the desert and headed toward the sea. The waves were stronger than usual, as if the world sensed a new chapter unfolding. He was exhausted, but inside he felt lighter, not because he had succeeded, but because he was still alive. In that fragile moment of peace, destiny turned another page. From afar, Perseus saw a towering white cliff between sky and sea, and bound to it was a girl. Her body trembled in the sea wind, her long hair stiff with salt, yet her eyes, even from a distance, still shone like two sorrowful stars. Andromeda. She had been sacrificed to a sea monster because of her mother Cassiopeia's arrogance, who once claimed she was more beautiful than the Nereids. In raging Poseidon, Andromeda did not cry. She only stood there, a small point of light between the turbulent ocean and the endless sky, like someone who had accepted a fate that was never hers to bear. Perseus rode toward her. Up close, she was even more striking, not with mythic beauty, but with the beauty of someone who understands that life is made of endurance. "I will save you," Perseus said, as simply and naturally as stating a truth. Then from the depths, the monster rose, a massive dark shape with blood-red eyes. But Perseus did not tremble. Not because he was powerful, but because he carried the stillness of one who had already walked beside death. He drew out Medusa's head. The petrifying gaze, the final curse of the fallen Gorgon, found its target. The monster shrieked and turned to stone, sinking beneath the waves. When Perseus unchained Andromeda, her hand was cold as midnight water. But when she placed her palm over his, Perseus felt a heartbeat, soft, fragile, like the wing beat of a lost seabird. There are encounters in life when, from the very first moment, we know our world will never be the same again. The meeting of Perseus and Andromeda was one of those moments. As Perseus lifted her onto his boat, neither spoke. The night sea was a black veil embroidered with fragments of moonlight. The wind was salty, but Andromeda's gaze was warm as sunrise. In that silence, Perseus realized something no god had ever told him. Sometimes, the hardest journeys lead us to the person we have been waiting for all our lives. Part 20. The Rescue and the Love upon the Boat. The evening wind of the Ethiopian sea carried the heavy scent of salt, but in the moment, Perseus wrapped his hands around Andromeda's cold, trembling fingers, cold from fear and the wind. The only thing he felt clearly was that faint, quivering pulse trying to hide something. Despair, or the disbelief of someone whose death had been torn away from her in a single heartbeat. Andromeda said nothing as Perseus lifted her onto the boat. She simply turned her head back to look at the cliff, where the chains had left red marks around her wrist. Her gaze held no resentment, no blame. It was the gaze of someone who had just passed by the threshold of life and death and was astonished to find herself still existing, as if life itself were a gift she was no longer sure she deserved to keep. Perseus helped her sit on a small wooden bench inside the boat, where the sunset made everything hazy, as though sketched by the softest strokes of a painter afraid of hurting the canvas. The waves lapped gently, the boat swayed as if breathing, just steady enough for two hearts newly escaped from a storm to feel their own rhythms again. He handed her a small piece of bread, the only thing left in his rations. A simple gesture, but in that moment, it became a second rescue. Andromeda accepted it carefully, as if it wasn't bread, but an invitation into a different world. "Are you all right?" Perseus asked, his voice low enough to be swallowed by the waves. Andromeda didn't answer immediately. She watched the sea, where the sun was dissolving into the water in countless golden threads, like a world trying to stitch its own wounds back together. "I don't know what to say," she whispered. "I never thought I'd live to see another sunset." Perseus didn't look at her. He understood. Some pains can only survive when we don't look directly at them. He simply replied, "No one deserves to be chained to a rock for someone else's mistakes." Andromeda let out a soft, brittle laugh, a sound half sigh, half question about why the world is so full of strange cruelties. "So I'm not the only one who has carried the cost of another's sin," she murmured, as if speaking to herself. "My mother, she loved beauty so much she forgot it could hurt others." A gentle silence fell over them like a quiet cloth. "But you," she turned to him, "why did you save me? Someone like me. Am I worth the risk?" This was the kind of question people ask when fate has wounded them too deeply, when they no longer believe they have value, when they doubt kindness can arrive without demanding something in return. Perseus looked at her for a long moment. Since he had raised his sword and entered this journey, he had seen beauty distorted, fears burned into stone by gods, and curses twisted by fate. Andromeda was none of those things. She was a fragile breath amid ruin, yet determined enough to make a man want to reach out and hold it. "I didn't save you because of who you are," he said. "I saved you because no one should die alone between stone and sea. No one should die without someone standing on their side." Andromeda looked down at the piece of bread in her hand, as if it had become proof of something much larger than herself. As the boat sailed farther from her homeland, warmth slowly returned to Andromeda's cheeks. Perseus opened his bag and took out an old scroll, something he used to read on calm nights to keep the feeling of drifting through fate from overwhelming him. "You can read poetry?" she asked, surprised. "Only when I feel too small to face fear alone," Perseus replied. "Poetry speaks the things we don't know how to say." She smiled, a soft smile, nothing like the strained one she had worn while chained to the rock. This one had warmth in it, as if it glowed from within. Perseus read a few lines. His voice was slow, as though every word was placed down with intention. The wind carried it away, scattering the sound into the air and then returning it, gentle like an invisible reassurance. Andromeda listened, her head tilted slightly. At some point, she closed her eyes, not from exhaustion, but because she wanted to keep that voice in her memory. Sometimes, all a human being needs is one soft voice to know they still have someone to trust. "I think," she said when she opened her eyes again, "that happiness doesn't lie in gold or a throne. Happiness is just sitting on a small boat, sharing a piece of bread with someone kind." Perseus didn't argue, because he understood. Sometimes the forces that hold the world together aren't miracles, but tiny acts of kindness that keep people away from the edge. By the time they reached Seriphos, the night sky had sprinkled silver dust over the harbor. But peace was not waiting there. Danae, Perseus's mother, was still being pressured by Polydectes, forced to endure the looks and words that bound her spirit like invisible chains. Polydectes watched Perseus return, carrying Andromeda, and he knew he had lost. Not because Perseus survived, but because he carried a light the king could never possess. There were no dramatic speeches. Perseus simply opened the bag and drew out Medusa's head, the only ending fate allowed for those who oppress the innocent. Polydectes turned to stone, silenced like a last lie caught in its own trap. From that moment, the world held one less fear for Perseus and opened a new sky above him. The wedding took place under a sky full of stars, without dazzling gold or ornate splendor, only cool wind and the whisper of the sea. Andromeda wore a simple dress, her eyes glowing like small flames. Perseus stood before her, so light-hearted he almost couldn't remember how many wounds his heart once carried. When they held hands, neither spoke of eternity. They simply chose to walk together, in a world where beauty can be punished, love can be tested, but kindness, when it arrives at the right moment, can save an entire life. They lived peacefully afterward, not because the gods favored them, but because they both understood. There are people we do not find with our eyes, but with a gentleness the heart recognizes in the very first moment. Part 21. Demeter loses Persephone. There are pains that don't explode into sound, don't tear open the sky, and don't turn a person into the shadow of who they once were. They simply spread, quietly, like winter's cold seeping into the skin before one even realizes it. Demeter's pain when she lost Persephone was just like that. A cold so deep it could not be cried out, only silently reshaped the world. Demeter, goddess of harvest, of seeds, and of golden fields of grain, lived her entire life in the rhythm of the earth. Every day, she listened to the sound of sprouts stirring beneath the dark soil, the sound of wheat blooming, the sound of warm sunlight caressing the fields she herself nurtured. Her world was life. Steady, humble, persistent life, beating like the heart of a mother. And that heart, as everyone knew, was where Persephone lived. Persephone was spring itself, radiant youth, the breeze that carried the scent of narcissus across distant meadows. With each step she took, new grass grew. With each laugh, light rippled outward like waves of shimmering water. People said Demeter loved her daughter not just with the love of a mother. She loved her the way one loves the very reason the sun still chooses to rise each morning. That day, Persephone left her mother's side to gather narcissus flowers. The morning was clear as the first drop of daylight, and Demeter, trusting the peace of the earth, did not call her back. She stood by the wheat field, watching the wind travel across the soft green stalks, and thought that there had never been a day more perfect than this one. But sometimes, a single moment of happiness is enough to signal a fracture waiting to open in the future. Just as Persephone bent down to pluck a white narcissus, the ground split open, not with a violent explosion, but with a subtle movement, cold and quiet, like the touch of fate on an innocent shoulder. A black chariot emerged, drawn by 4 night-colored horses, and Hades, god of the silent underworld, reached up and pulled Persephone down. She only had time to cry out once. That cry, short, trembling, like the leftover breath of someone who cannot escape, was the sound Demeter heard every night for months afterward when she pressed her ear to the ground. When Persephone didn't return, Demeter began searching. At first, she thought her daughter had simply wandered too far. Then she asked the wind, asked the trees, asked every flower in the forest. No one answered. No one looked at her. No one dared to tell her the earth had swallowed her child. At nightfall, Demeter carried a torch and searched. She walked from plains to cliffs, from meadows to the dark sea. When the flame in her hand burned red, the forest shrank back, afraid of the gaze of the goddess whose heart had been torn in a way no one could mend. The next day she searched again, and the next, and for many months. Those who saw her during those days said her eyes, once the eyes of harvest and life, now resembled the eyes of someone who had lost the only thing that made existence worthwhile. She asked passing travelers, asked children running barefoot along the fields, asked women drying wheat, asked anyone she could, as if needing just one more opinion before she could find Persephone. But the world, though overflowing with life, was as silent as a graveyard. And when Demeter finally understood that her daughter had been taken from the world of light, she sat down in the middle of a field, glowing bright green. She placed her hand on the ground. She did not cry. Mothers who lose their children often weep as though clawing at fate, but Demeter did not. Her pain was quieter, deeper, a pain so deep that the earth beneath her fingers turned cold. She stood. Then she abandoned her duty, the duty she had never once neglected in thousands of years. That was when the world's crops began to die. Wheat refused to bloom. Sprouts withered the moment they broke through the soil. Meadows turned yellow as though burned, though no flame had touched them. Fruit dropped unripe. Forests grew bare. Rivers lost their blue and slowed, tired and lifeless. Humans grew afraid. They understood it was not illness, not war, but the shattered heart of a goddess that was deforming the world. They prayed. They burned offerings. They brought gifts. But nothing eased Demeter's anguish. She wandered like a lost soul, carrying a torch whose fire had died, long ago but still burned inside her. From the peak of Olympus, Zeus looked down and understood that Demeter's despair could wipe out all humankind. No one was planting. No one was harvesting. Life, sustained by Demeter's hands, was now dying beneath her footsteps. The world needed Persephone. But first, Demeter needed her daughter. Zeus sent Hermes to the underworld, not to scold Hades, but to negotiate with the loneliness of a god who lived below the earth, a god who had loved Persephone, with the kind of love only those dwelling in the shadows could comprehend. Meanwhile, Demeter kept searching. She searched not because she believed Persephone was still in the world above, but because if she stopped, if she accepted the truth, she would die, in the way only a god with a heart too large to bear loss could die. Witnesses said Demeter, in those days, looked like a heavy cloud stretching endlessly across the sky, refusing to fall as rain, a cloud so burdened that even the heavens carried its wound. When Hermes finally returned with news that Persephone still lived, though imprisoned in the underworld, Demeter sank to the ground in a barren field. For the first time in months, she closed her eyes. Not because she felt relief, but because the pain had grown too great for even a goddess's eyes to bear. She whispered something. No one heard it. But the earth, the thing closest to her, understood. And it cracked open, just a little. A tiny fracture signaling hope. Fragile as a newborn sprout rising in winter, yet powerful enough to let the world know. This was not the end. Part 22, The Pact of Six, Pomegranate Seeds, and the Birth of the Four Seasons. Hermes was summoned to Mount Olympus by Zeus on a morning when even sunlight seemed hesitant to shine upon a withering world. From above, one could see the once verdant fields now faded into dull brown and gray, like an unfinished painting left to decay. No one sowed seeds anymore. No one still held enough hope to wait for a harvest. The earth exhaled weakly, like a dying patient whose breaths were counted in uncertainty. Zeus understood that Demeter's grief had become a wound carved into the entire world, and there was only one person who could touch that wound without tearing it further: Persephone. Thus, Hermes was given his task: descend into the underworld, find Hades, find Persephone, and bring back a solution, however fragile, before humanity vanished. The road to the underworld was always cold, but that day, Hermes felt the chill sink into every breath he took. Not because he feared darkness, but because he knew he was venturing into the place that held Demeter's heart. Hidden not because it was stolen, but because it was loved in a way that light could never understand. Hades met Hermes at the entrance of the underworld. The god of darkness did not appear angry or hostile, only silent, as if he had long grown accustomed to being. Misunderstood. People called him a kidnapper, yet few knew that the only things he kept below were the things he could not bear to lose. I do not want to lose her, Hades said, his voice dropping like the still black surface of his realm. Hermes looked into his eyes and saw something the mortal world would never tell in stories. The solitude of a god without seasons, without sunlight, surrounded only by eternal quiet. But the world is dying, Hermes answered softly without judgment. Demeter's sorrow has soaked into the soil. There is no harvest, no life left. Hades said nothing, and that silence hurt more than any accusation. Because he understood, because he too had seen the earth grow cold like his own kingdom. When Persephone stepped forward, a faint glow from the upper world seemed to follow her, a habit her soul could not abandon. She wore a soft black dress, yet strands of pale green light shimmered around her, like the ghosts of the flowers she once touched on earth. She was no longer the carefree maiden who picked narcissus blooms. The longing for her mother had aged her, and the stillness of the underworld had taught her truths that the living rarely grasp. I'm here to bring you home, Hermes said. Persephone lowered her eyes, and in that moment, Hermes understood her heart had been split in two, like a pomegranate broken by hand, revealing its shining red seeds. She ate 6 seeds, Hades murmured, as if caught between guilt and love. 6 pomegranate seeds before I could stop her. Hermes closed his eyes. Fate had touched everything with its cold fingers, irrevocably, according to the law of the underworld. Anyone who tasted its food belonged to it forever. But 6 seeds, not a full meal, not acceptance, only a moment of weakness, a silent gesture pulled from loneliness, as Persephone sat alone, missing her mother. Hermes opened his eyes and said, "Then she shall stay here 6 months each year. 6 seeds, 6 months. The rest, she returns to her mother." Hades nodded. Not because of the law, but because of love. Love that becomes imprisonment if you hold it too tightly, and anguish if you let it all go. Persephone looked at Hermes, then at Hades. On her face was a quiet sorrow, deep as groundwater beneath stone. So, each year, she whispered, "My heart must live in 2 worlds." No one answered, for that is the truth of all who are pulled between duty and love. When Persephone finally stepped onto the surface again, Demeter was already waiting. No one knew how she arrived, only that the earth had cracked open when Hermes raised his hand toward the sky, and Persephone emerged as if stepping out of a long dream. Demeter embraced her daughter, held her as one holds spring after a winter that lasted too long. Persephone buried her face into her mother's shoulder, and in that instant the earth breathed again. Green shoots broke the soil, flowers opened in silence, frozen rivers shuddered as the ice melted into flow. But then Persephone whispered, a soft sentence with the cruel sharpness of a blade wrapped in velvet. I must return, 6 months every year. Demeter froze. Her arms tightened, then loosened. She looked at her daughter as if seeing something returned, and yet already slipping away. She did not cry. Demeter's tears did not fall. They became weather. When Demeter rejoices in her daughter's presence, flowers burst open. Sunlight spreads warmly over the fields. Winds carry the scent of spring. The world's heart grows warm again. When Persephone returns to the underworld, leaves shrivel. Winds turn sharp with cold. Rain falls like the tired breath of the earth. The world sinks into a long silence called winter. The 4 seasons were born, not from divine decree, but from a mother's love, powerful enough to shift the earth itself. All because a girl ate 6 pomegranate seeds in a moment of longing. Had Persephone eaten none, the world would know only 1 season. A single unchanging happiness, a steady abundance without pause. But 6 seeds made love cyclical. Spring is reunion. Summer is fulfillment. Autumn is separation. Winter is longing. And each year, when Persephone descends, Demeter watches her go, not angry, not resentful, simply touching the earth and whispering, "Go, my child, I will wait." Part 23. Athena punishes Medusa. Medusa had once been considered the embodiment of rare beauty. Her long hair cascading like a midnight waterfall, her pale skin fragile as freshly fired porcelain, and her dark eyes carrying the glimmer of someone who knows she is being admired. From childhood, she'd grown used to the gazes of others. Gazes mixed with astonishment, with envy, and, above all, with a curiosity no one could conceal. Sometimes, beauty, if not placed inside a soul vast enough to hold it, becomes a small room where every mirror reflects an inflated shadow. Medusa grew up inside that room. She enjoyed hearing compliments, but over time she didn't just listen. She believed. She believed she was the exception. She believed that even the goddess Athena, though deity of wisdom, could not compare to her in physical beauty. And from that belief, a tiny seed of arrogance began to grow. A seed that did not harm immediately, but expanded slowly, like roots gripping stone, steady and unseen, until it consumed all available space. One afternoon, as sunlight slanted through the white marble columns of the Parthenon, Medusa walked in with a few friends. They had come to pray for peace, or simply to admire the temple's splendor. The purpose didn't matter. What mattered was that in that light, Medusa felt more radiant than ever. A friend whispered, "The light in this temple makes you look divine." It was an innocent remark, but it fell exactly where Medusa's pride was waiting to be touched. She turned toward the statue of Athena, a statue whose eyes gazed far, eyes not of beauty, but of knowing, and Medusa laughed, a laugh half real, half challenging. She stepped closer to the statue, touched the pedestal, and said, not loudly, but loudly enough for a goddess to hear, "If the goddess were truly beautiful, perhaps people would worship beauty instead of wisdom." The words fell to the stone floor, echoing with the sharpness of cracked glass. Medusa's friends froze in horror. Everyone knew that insulting a deity was a grave offense, but Medusa felt nothing. Pride had clouded the line between admiration and defiance. She believed she had nothing to lose. But Athena did not remain silent. That evening, when the Parthenon was empty, Medusa returned, not to ask for forgiveness, but to admire her own reflection in the torchlight. She wanted to see her radiance once more within the stillness of that sacred place. As she stood before Athena's statue, a cold wind swept through. There were no footsteps, yet the flames tilted, casting a long shadow across the floor. Athena appeared, not in rage, but with a terrifying calmness. The calmness of one who already knows the ending, but must fulfill the duty anyway. "Medusa," Athena spoke, her voice soft but resonant like stone striking stone. Medusa lifted her head and saw the goddess whose eyes contained both the heavens and the abyss. "Beauty," Athena continued, "is a gift, but you have turned it into a weapon against yourself." Medusa did not kneel. She did not apologize. She raised her chin, as if trying to prove she did not tremble before the divine. "I only spoke the truth," she replied. "Beauty moves people more than any lesson in wisdom ever could." Athena looked at her, long and deep, until Medusa felt as though the goddess could see through every layer of skin, every layer of arrogance, every layer of woundedness Medusa herself had not known existed. "If that is so," Athena said, "then you will learn the lesson beauty cannot save you from." At that moment, there was no thunder, no blinding flash. The punishment came like a breath, a subtle shift that could not be resisted. Medusa's hair began to move, not from the wind, from transformation. Each lock curled, lengthened, thinned, and then opened its eyes. Hundreds of tiny eyes cold as stone. Snakes slithered across her head, coiling down her shoulders. Her skin changed color, from white to a grayish-green like weathered limestone. When she lifted her hand, she saw faint scales forming, like fragments of shattered memory. Medusa tried to scream, but before the sound could escape, she caught sight of her reflection in the polished surface of a stone slab. The eyes that once made her proud now held the power to turn all things into stone. She understood. She understood what Athena meant to teach, and she understood what she had brought upon herself. Athena stepped back. She felt no joy, no triumph, only necessity. Live with the shadow you nurtured. Then the goddess vanished, leaving the Parthenon in a silence so vast that even the serpents on Medusa's head did not dare to move. Medusa left the temple, avoiding all human eyes. She knew she no longer belonged to the radiant world she once reveled in. Wherever her feet touched, grass withered. Wherever she breathed, stone rose from the ground. She chose a distant cave to live, not because she wished to hide, but because she feared harming others. Some nights, Medusa looked out toward the sea, where her distorted reflection shimmered on the surface like a truth that would never fully heal. She touched her serpent hair, both repulsed and sorrowful. No one knew how many times she cried, her tears falling only to become small stones. None of the legends ever mentioned that Medusa regretted everything, that she often wished to trade all her former beauty for even one ordinary day as a normal human again. People only remembered her as a monster, but if one ventured close enough to her cave on a quiet night, they would hear the sigh of someone who had loved beauty so much she lost herself to it. Medusa became a Gorgon, not merely as punishment, but to understand that beauty, without kindness or humility beside it, becomes a burden heavier than any divine curse. And Athena, though cold, knew this. Sometimes what heals a wounded soul is solitude, a solitude long enough for one to finally see where the first cracks began. Part 24. Pygmalion, Galatea, and Cupid Psyche, the shared spirit. Pygmalion was not born a lonely man, but as the years passed, he realized the world outside was far too noisy. The arguments in the court, the hollow flattery, the calculating eyes constantly weighing who was worth more. He felt that each day spent among people was another day worn thin. Sometimes Pygmalion simply wanted to step outside all that chaos and find a place where his heart could hear itself beat, instead of echoing the rhythm of duty and power. So he became a sculptor, not to create beauty for the world to admire, but to reclaim a fragment of his own soul, one he had lost in the noise of life. When his hammer tapped gently against stone, he could hear a deep resonance, like the whisper of something pure, something that did not lie, did not corrode. To Pygmalion, stone never betrayed the hand that touched it. Stone was honest to the point of cruelty, and because of that honesty, he found a rare peace in shaping it. He began carving a slab of ivory white marble he had chosen on a rainy afternoon. Under the dim light, the stone seemed to glow, like a sleeping body under a thin blanket. He did not know who he wanted to sculpt. He only knew he wanted to create a form he could trust, a beauty untainted by worldly calculation. Every stroke, every gentle cut, he worked with a tenderness so deep that anyone watching from afar might have thought he was wiping an invisible tear from the face of someone he loved. Day after day, the figure of a woman slowly emerged from the stone. Waves of hair seemed to catch the wind, slender shoulders that looked as if they could bear a quiet sorrow, and eyelids resting in serene peace, as though she dreamed a dream free of judgment. He named her Galatea, born of stone, yet soft as living skin. But beauty, once too perfect, has the power to unsettle the human heart. The more Pygmalion gazed at her, the more a sharp emptiness grew inside him. He realized with alarm that the feeling rising in his chest was something he had only ever reserved for the living. He began talking to Galatea, sharing things he had never confessed to anyone. He spoke of his disappointment in humankind, his exhaustion as a king, his yearning for a love untouched by the grime of worldly schemes. He spoke, and the stone listened, quiet, unjudging. Sometimes he touched her hand, cold, yet never distant. He knew he was in love, and he also understood how foolish this love seemed. But who among us has not carried a love with no escape? Who has not adored something that could never return the affection? One night, in a mist-like despair, Pygmalion went to the temple of Aphrodite. He knelt, laying his royal pride outside the threshold, bearing only the raw heart of a man confused by the depth of his own longing. "Please, goddess," he whispered, "if my love is foolish, grant me clarity. But if it is true, breathe life into Galatea." He knew he had no right to ask anything of the divine, but love, whether enduring or fragile, wise or blind, makes people honest enough to beg for the impossible. Aphrodite, goddess of love, neither smiled nor scolded. Yet perhaps she recognized something she valued in his plea: sincerity. When Pygmalion returned to his workshop, there were no strange lights, no thunder, no dazzling miracle like in tales retold for centuries. There was only a thin warmth seeping from Galatea's stone fingers, a warmth so faint it felt like sunlight resting on the first drop of morning dew. He tightened his hold on her hand, and for the first time, it tightened back. Galatea opened her eyes, still carrying the bewildered gaze of someone just awakened from a long dream. She looked at Pygmalion as though she had known him forever, as though love had already taken root in her back when she was nothing but stone. And he wept, not because of happiness, but because he understood love was no longer something to keep locked in his chest. It was now something he would have to protect, nurture, and honor. Their story is intertwined with another tale, the story of Cupid and Psyche, like a gentle reminder that once love is given, it must be sustained by trust more than anything else. Psyche, whose beauty stirred even Aphrodite's jealousy, met Cupid on a moonless night. She loved him without ever seeing his face. He loved her, even knowing that their love was delicate as mist on morning grass. But doubt, whispered by envious sisters, fractured the fragile bond between them. Psyche held a small oil lamp, lifting it to see the face of the man she loved. And that lamp, more than its flame, was lit by suspicion. A drop of burning oil fell on Cupid's skin. He awoke, wounded not only by fire, but by the realization that trust had shattered. He flew away, leaving Psyche in a despair only those who break the best thing they ever had can feel. But Psyche did not give up. She endured trials that only a love true beyond pride could survive. She learned patience, endurance, sacrifice. With each trial, she did not become stronger. she became humbler, and that humility made her worthy. Eventually, Cupid returned, not because of divine decree, but because she had truly grown. And so, when we look at the journeys of Pygmalion and Galatea, or Cupid and Psyche, we see a truth soft but undeniable. Love does not arise from perfection, but from trust. It does not endure because of passion, but because of gentleness. It does not mature through miracles, but through the moments when we confront our own flaws. In myths, magic breathes life into stone or rescues a soul from despair. But in our world, the one you and I live in, the greatest magic remains something very small: trust. Trust brings lost hearts back to one another. Trust repairs fractures carved by time or pride. Trust turns possession into kindness and fear of losing into peace. Because love is not about holding on, but giving each other the space to become who we truly are. And perhaps, as our eyes close in the long quiet of night, these myths do more than lull someone to sleep. They soothe something deeper within, the peace of a love that never needs to be perfect, only sincere.